Good morning, welcome to SewingStreet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning everybody. Welcome to Tuesday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, it's great to have your company. Let's start with our early bird. It is time to get organised. You know it makes sense. The Fat Quarter storage bag, these are brill, always a favourite. The Deputy Joan, bought herself, I think, 3 of these once. And the funniest thing was, though, Joan then spent a few days sorting through fabrics, did an amazing job at sorting some of her stash, ended up buying another 7 more. She bought 10 Fat Quarter bags and totally revamped her sewing room. Next thing, the whole sewing room was getting a makeover. It's very motivating, actually, when you get organised. You find out what you've got and what you don't have. Usually it's what you've got. And all the things you've forgotten that you bought, give them a press, give them a fold, get them stored. Look, you've got 3 compartments. Really super. It's our early bird today. Nice little saving for you. £10.99. £10.99 for the Fat Quarter storage bag. Now, it's got those 3 compartments if you want. If you don't want, you can take these out and store a whole quilt in there. It could be yardage for your dressmaking or backing fabric, waddings too. It could be storage for shoes or sweaters. Anything, pop it under the bed. It's got a clear view window. If you've not seen these before, they're ever so good. A double zip, and you've got that clear view in the top. Now, brilliant for seeing what's in the bag, especially if you've got lots of these. However, I always store mine upside down, and then my fabric is completely in the dark. So it's not going to be damaged by things like sunlight, dust, insects, any of those things that could potentially damage that precious, precious stash. It is our early bird today. Everyone who's checked out has checked out multiple items on this. You could go for one small, maybe your Fat Quarters there, your half meters there. Could be your latest collection. Annette from Gwent's got in touch to say, hi, gorgeous Stuart. Well, that's a lovely way to start my day. Thank you. Love the bags. I use them for storing projects, fabric, and they fit under the bed for extra clothes and bedding. Have a great day. You too, Annette. Thanks for that lovely message. It's true, they're so useful, and for everybody. You could store children's toys in here. It could be notions, not just for Fat Quarters, of course. Good morning to Anne, who says, good morning, lovely Stuart on Facebook. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. And Delia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Shall we meet the team? Shall we go say hi to the team in the gallery? Let's do that. Let's gallery cam. Here we go. There's Hannah and Daniel and Millie in the studio. Come on. Out of the shadows. Hey, there you are. Hey! Fabulous. It's going to be that kind of day. Your early bird today is the Fat Quarter storage bag. Loads and loads of you going for this. Brilliant. Even one is super useful, but when it's on an early bird price, it's a great time to multi-buy. Get your sewing room organised. It could actually make a very nice, I'm going to a workshop bag. I am teaching a workshop tomorrow in York. Looking forward to seeing you all there. If anybody's watching who's coming on the workshop, can't wait to see you. Right, that's our early bird. Now, let's look at the menu and see what's coming up. We are starting this hour with fabric from Crafty. I will be telling you all about that. I've got beautiful patchwork and quilting fabrics. I've also got some viscose and I've got some jerseys, all from Crafty. They are super cute. Now, at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Clare with some amazing quilting, including that incredible Polestar quilt that was hanging behind me for the early bit. Look at this. Look at that. It is magnificent. Really beautiful quilt. We've also got some fabulous zipped pouches, loads of different techniques to learn, and some really useful finished products. Now, at 10 o'clock, we're having an hour of Stuart Hillard quilt designs. We've got some of my books. We've also got the man himself, obviously, which is lovely, but also something none of us were expecting, but I'm just going to let you know. We have got the launch in that hour of the Tim Holtz Eclectic Elements palette charcoal. Now, yesterday I launched the purple and we thought that's it for the month. There's actually one bundle of the purple left, by the way. Is that in the show today? Great, we'll play it now. There's one bundle. It's sold out really quickly. One bounced back. So if you want the Eclectic Elements from Tim Holtz palette in purple, it launched yesterday. But yeah, none of us knew. So today we're launching charcoal. It's absolutely gorgeous. This is our one purple collection that we've got. If you know somebody that missed out on that, let them know. But then charcoal is launching and loads of you are already checking out on that. Right, okay, at 11 o'clock, we have got more of Clare. I always think if you can have a good thing, why not have more of it? And we've got more Clare at 11, including this fabulous beginner level quilt, stunning. And I think this might be my favorite of the day. Absolutely gorgeous, rise and shine. Really beautiful. And then 12 o'clock, we've got miss out on pre-cuts. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, we love to hear from you. You can do as others have been doing and message me through Facebook. That is really easy. You can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. There's our Facebook. You can watch on Facebook. You can message on Facebook. And you can also go to our website, allthewsewingstreet.com. You can order there. You can click on Watch Live and watch us. You can also send us a message. And you can see what's coming up on the show and what we've already seen. It's also a chance to pre-order and get ahead of the game. Make sure you get your choice. If prices go lower, oh, there's that charcoal. Love that typography. That is gorgeous. And the handwriting. Want, need. Fabulous, fabulous. That's coming up later. But you can shop ahead. And if we drop the prices, remember, you pay the lowest price. The money doesn't come out of your account until midnight tonight, by which time any price drops will have been applied. That is how today is looking. Absolutely brilliant. Now, you may have noticed in front of me here a fabulous sewing machine. If you weren't watching yesterday, I launched this machine yesterday morning and we almost sold out. We almost sold out. This is a brand new machine for us at SewingStreet. It's the Brother FS 140. Terrific machine. If you love the FS 250, you have got almost the full package right here, but you're going to love the price. If you go to John Lewis, if you shop tomorrow, it'll be $369. Our price today, here it is, £349. 3 split pays available. You get 140 stitches, including all of your utility decorative stitches here. You get gorgeous decorative satin stitches. You get a full alphabet, numbers, punctuation, European accented letters too, a 50 character memory, easy touch screen. Now, you also get all the extras you're hoping for, of course. You get your walking foot, £40 worth, included in the box. You get your quilting, darning, free motion foot, 17.49's value. That is also included in the box. You get an extension table, you get a hard case. This is our machine. If you're thinking about getting a beautiful sewing machine as a Christmas present, this is the machine, the 369. We are not getting the FS250 back in stock until at least January of 2026. So if you were waiting and you were hoping to get that, you can't. But the good news, which is bad news, isn't it? But the good news is that actually I've done a side-by-side comparison between the 140 and the 250, and actually where it really matters, the machines are almost identical. There's so much of the FS250 in your 140. I'm going to give you a proper tour this hour, but not yet. Not yet. I also want to just let you know very, very quickly that although we sold out completely of the K-Facet Aliso mini iron, and hundreds of you I know have missed out on this, I had some very good news yesterday afternoon when I went up into the office, because I got the great news that some new stock had arrived into our warehouse yesterday morning while I was on air. So we have got this back in stock. It's already going into baskets. It's the Aliso K-Facet mini iron. Again, I will give you a tour of this in just a short while, but get your order in now while we have it. Right, let's jump in then with the Crafty Pie. Now, who is the Crafty Pie, first of all? Well, Brogan is the designer behind Crafty Pie. Brogan was in the 8th series of the Great British Sewing Bee. So that makes her my great granddaughter. Not really. But she's designed some absolutely beautiful fabrics for the Craft Cotton Company. And these are absolutely fabulous, 100% quilt weight cotton. Now, there are 10 different designs. They all feature this gorgeous, I mean, really pretty, delicate, soft, floral motifs. Very high-end looking, I think. You've got the strawberries, you've got blossoms, wild roses. You get an awful lot for your money. Should be $59.90, but you're saving the price of half a metre, so $53.91. Now, actually, this fabric's amazing value anyway, because it's $5.99 a half metre, but you're actually saving that half metre price on this bundle. So you're paying just £5.39 per half metre. Really lovely designs in this. Beautiful for quilt making, bag making, dress making. Really super for quilting, I think. I think they're kind of multi-seasonal as well. Although a lot of the motifs sort of bring a feeling of spring and summer, lovely rich fabrics as well, gorgeous colours. You've got the strawberry print there in 2 different colourways, the pink and the white. You've got this gorgeous little daisy print. Fresh cherries as well, love that. You've got a second colourway in that main floral. And then you've got these 2, which I think are stunning. You've got the beautiful bows on pink. And then this is really clever. You kind of got gingham and a check and a floral all in one. Super pretty. Lots of you checking out your baskets. Morning to Hilary. She says, morning, Stu. Looking forward to your shows with Janet Clare today. Steph says, morning, Stuart. You've got your jumper on. I have. I've been cold in the studio the last few days, so today I thought I'll wear a sweater. And then when I got in the studio, it was really, really warm. So I've had to ask them to turn the heating down. But also Janet Clare's wearing knitwear as well, so we both need to be cool. We both need to be cool. These are really pretty, aren't they? Absolutely lovely. I think you could make a very, very lovely quilt from these with that mixture of kind of salmon pinks and magenta. You've got that gorgeous olive green in there, some sharper citrus here, almost like a kind of yuzu, and then those gorgeous array of pinks and oranges there too. Really, really pretty range. So that's our ½ metre bundle. Best value, you get 10 ½ meters, and your price per ½ metre is just £5.39. Now I have also got some fat quarter bundles. These are super. The 10 fabrics have been split into 2 colourways. Let's start with this one that has the vibrant pink in. Now, rather than open this out, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the ½ metre fabrics so you can see what you're getting. You're paying £2.99 per fat quarter. You've got your pink daisies. You've got your cherries. This is a pretty colourway, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So those are your 5 fat quarters. And if you've not bought fat quarters before, it's half of ½ metre. So if I show you on the fabric, your piece of fabric is this size. If we just go slightly back so you can just see the edges there. This is the size of fabric. So it's almost square, about 20, your depth is 20 inches, your width is 21. So that's the size of your fat quarter. A quarter of the stock is in baskets. Now, both fat quarter bundles, actually 10 fat quarters plus background fabric, would make a gorgeous, lap throw single bed size quilt. So you can get a lot out of this. Or if you just like this colourway, you could go for 2 fat quarter bundles, still under £30, and your background fabric, maybe something like an ivory, about 2.5 meters, and you could make a lot of kind of single bed size quilts with that combination. So that's our first fat quarter bundle. Lots and lots going into baskets. Our second fat quarter bundle is this one, already going on pre-order. So it's the remaining 5 fabrics. You've got Hannah's favourite, that gorgeous, almost got a sort of Japanese feel to it. You've got that beautiful floral with the olive background. Your strawberries on an ivory background. Your beautiful daisies. And then your peaches, your cherries. I can't name fruit this morning, I'm so sorry. 5 fat quarters. Also, just lovely little gift there as well, isn't it? £14.98. Of course, if you need something to store your fabrics in, why not go for our early bird today, which is the fat quarter storage bag. Yeah, £10.99. It's a great time to buy, actually, when it's on an early bird price. Remember, Joan started with 3, ended up with 10, and filled them all. But it was really interesting because when she started to tidy and sort her, next thing you knew, she had totally revamped her whole sewing room. It really gave her that sort of kickstart. I've bought other storage bags in the past, but none are as sturdy as your blue bags. That's from Karen in Surrey. That's great. Yeah, you want your storage to be sturdy and do the job. You've got that strong double zip. Your seams are all bound. You've got that clear window. And nice strong handles too. You want something that's going to stand the test of time, right? Quality. Yeah, really good. So this is our Cutie Pie fat quarter bundle. Remember, you're getting fat quarters of all 5 fabrics for £14.98. So your price per fat quarter, £2.99. Kat, I need to send you a little bit of love. Mwah. Because Kat's message to say, good morning, Stuart. You've got my full attention today because I'm off work with a horrible cold. Well, you have my sympathy. Stay cozy. And I think drink lots of water is quite quite a healthy thing to do when you've got a cold, isn't it? Drink lots of clear fluids, squash or water, something like that. Stay cozy and enjoy the day with us. And I'm glad I've got your full attention. Excellent. Okay, that's the Fat Quarter bundle. Very cute. Very cute. Right, now just remember, if you want to get the whole collection, you can either get both Fat Quarters, and then you've got all 10, or you can go for the mega bundle and save yourself £5.99. There is your mega bundle, all 10 fabrics. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now don't forget, you'll need an iron and a sewing machine. If you're going to work with these fabrics, you will. I only went out to buy a Fat Quarter and I bought an iron and a sewing machine. Well, I do that all the time when I go shopping, don't you? Go to the supermarket, you just need milk and you come away with 4 shopping bags full. Or is that just me? I need to start getting all the things in for the Christmas cake. That's the job for this week. But yeah, in this hour, we have got the fabulous FS140 from Brother, our superstar machine, and could possibly be the best Christmas present you ever get. And also the Eliso iron with K facet. We have managed, and I had no idea that we were going to get more stock in yet. Certainly not today. We have got the beautiful K facet mini iron. Now, for me, once I've ironed my yardage, I'm going to use this for the rest of my ironing. Ironing my, oh, excuse me, ironing my blocks, ironing my strip sets, dressmaking. It's, you know, the perfect size. You've got steam front and back. You've got 3 different heat settings, the fabulous decal and colouring from Kaif himself. And of course, let's not forget that your iron comes in this amazing, beautiful K-Facet tin, which you cannot buy on their own, I'm afraid. I wish we had them for sale because so many of you have been asking, and I think we've all rather fallen in love with the tin. But it comes in the tin, so you can keep that for either storing your iron or fill it with cookies, which I think would be our choice here, the cookies. So, while we've still got that in stock, I would grab one. Gorgeous. Loads and loads of you putting the Eliso mini iron and the Brother FS250 into your baskets. Don't forget the split pay available on both of those. Right, we've got these fabrics by the ½ metre, cut to order. They're 44 inches wide, 100% cotton. And, I mean, some of these would make gorgeous quilt borders, backings, but I think great for dressmaking too. Could imagine a really lovely shirt or blouse in this one. The price is fabulous. £5.99 ½ metre. This is called Floral Delight, and it is delightful. I think they've got quite a liberty. Look. I did that Miranda thing where I sort of said it really loud but pretended to whisper. Don't you think these have got a liberty? Well, they just have got that gorgeous kind of vintage floral vibe, haven't they? Very sweet. Right, strawberries. Strawberries on pink. I mean, a little girl's dress. Adorable. Absolutely gorgeous. Aren't they pretty? And you've got those little bows which echo the bow print, you see. So if you were looking for something to coordinate with that, this would be the natural choice. We'll do that one next, actually. So there, here it is, 100% cotton. Morning to Jan. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Hannah and Dan both say, morning, Jan. All right, you've done it now. Stop it. The bows. Yeah, this is the strongest colour in the collection. Really lovely as an accent, I think. Yeah, it's got a really gorgeous kind of brightness to it. I've only got 3 meters of that one left. Only got 3 meters left. A binding, sashing, a little flange border or an accent. Perfect. Loads in baskets, in fact more in baskets than we have available. I've only got 2 meters of that one left. Right, another one that would coordinate very nicely with are the daisies on pink. Again, I think shirt, blouse, dress, obviously quilting, but I think very, very lovely for dressmaking too. Super that, isn't it? Really pretty. That little touch of green in there as well. Gorgeous. Right, cherries. Let's do cherries. There's your cherries. That's really fresh, isn't it? I rather like that. Really nice and fresh. You've got that little bit of nice sort of bright pink. I think if I was going to pick a neutral, I would go with a cream or an ivory for this collection rather than a white. $5.99 a half metre. Let's do cherries on the sort of coral salmon background. Peach. Oh, a 1950s dress. Yeah, with a big sort of full skirt. That would be very cute. That would be lovely. Yeah, I like that. Maybe with green accessories. Little green belt, something like that. It's pretty. And a bag shaped like a cherry. Or a pair of cherries. More daisies, please. Oh, I need my Aliso iron. While we're here. While I've got my iron. This is so full of creases. I can't bear it. This iron needs to warm up. I've got the light as well. Do you see the light? Yeah, I think the light's good. I often work in less than ideal lighting, and having the light is quite good actually. Oh, that's looking better already. It's very, very creased. I might even need to get the best press out. But you know, this iron is making light work of those creases. There we go. I'll call that a job well done. There we go. Right, more strawberries. I love this colourway on the white. Love strawberries. Strawberries always remind me of my mum. My mum, back when I was a child, and lots of you will remember this, strawberries were the kind of thing you only got in summer. They weren't all year round. And my mum used to count the days until strawberry season. She loved them so much. And once she had bought a punnet for us to have for tea the following day, and she couldn't sleep. She was lying in bed literally awake at 2 a.m. because all she could think about was the strawberries. She crept downstairs, ate all the strawberries, then went back to bed, and then had to go out the following day and buy more. And then she confessed to us all while we were eating the strawberries, this is actually the second lot I've bought. That's $5.99, 4.5 metre, 2 to go. So the floral on the green background. Remember, you can get a mega bundle of all 10 half metres with a half metre saving if you want to. And I think the whole collection works really well together. It's lovely. And then the last one, Hannah's favourite, and I can definitely see it. It's lovely. Got a real sort of Japanese feel to it. Again, I think this would be gorgeous for dressmaking. It's very, very close to selling out. There's just 2 metres left of this one. $5.99, and it's cut to order. So if you want those 2 metres, it will come in one piece, and you could make a gorgeous dress or top with that. We have already had sellouts. The pink ribbons, this one right here, this has sold out. So it's only available in the mega bundle or within the fat quarter bundles if you want those. Okay, £53.91, making your half metre price just £5.39. Right, that's our mega bundle. Right, shall we have a look at some dressmaking fabrics? Dressmaking fabrics, yeah, because this is rather good actually, isn't it? Having dressmaking fabrics. I'm going to start with jerseys. I'm going to start with the jerseys. I'll show you all three. So these three designs are all available in jersey. I'll start with this one here. One of my early collections for Craft Cotton Company was done as a jersey, and it was absolutely beautiful. This is gorgeous. 95% cotton and 5% spandex. They are 150 centimetres wide. Absolutely perfect for dressmaking. Now, yesterday, Catherine Wright launched her brand new joggers and lounging jumper, kind of sweatshirt yesterday, completely suitable for those patterns. If you got hold of her patterns yesterday, this would work brilliantly. 2 meters is enough to make the largest size of joggers. 2 meters is also enough to make the largest size of jumper or sweatshirt. So 4 meters of this, 8 units would be enough to make both. That's really gorgeous, isn't it? Very fresh and pretty. I think you could make some really nice, maybe make the joggers and then have t-shirts in the different colours for working from home or relaxing, going to the gym. Strawberries next. Really fun. Very cute. Lovely scale as well. And, you know, it's got a lovely stretch to it, but it feels really nice and stable on the table. It's not super curly on the cut edge. It's so unusual, isn't it, to have quilt weight cottons and a range of viscose and jerseys in the same designs. Love that. Okay, and then last of all, in the jerseys, probably my favourite, this one actually, certainly the one I think, gosh, this is very versatile, is the daisies. That's really fresh and warm. Kind of, I would say this is a medium weight jersey as well. So it's not super light. It's not flimsy at all, but it's not heavy either. 150 centimetres wide, half a metre cut for £6.99. So just order your multiples of half metre and it will come cut for you. Lounge pants, a kind of cosy jumper style, raglan sleeves. Oh, I mean, Catherine's patterns yesterday was so popular and super easy to construct. I mean, Catherine made the whole jumper in 1 hour and the whole trousers in the 2nd hour. So it's well worth having a look at. Right, that's all of the jerseys. Now I've also got 7 viscose. Let's start there. Right, we're going to start with this one. It's been super popular. And I can see why. How pretty is that? That is gorgeous. 100% viscose, 150 wide. It's soft, it's fluid, it's got a gorgeous drape. Now, what Catherine was saying yesterday was her pattern for her joggers and jumper are suitable for stretch or non-stretch fabrics, so long as the fabric's got good drape. Well, this has got the most beautiful drape, so this would be incredibly suitable. Yeah, love that. It's very popular, and everyone who's checked out their baskets has checked out multiple units. Again, 2 meters for each. Great sort of stashable amount. Wonder what you've got in mind for this. I'm going to do the other small check. I just want to reference this gorgeous top that Jen has made. How pretty is that? Using the check at the top and then kind of patchwork style along, and move that out of the way, using the other viscose. You've got these pretty little ties. I think that's absolutely super. Really, really pretty. So this fabric right here, let's do that next. It's kind of a gingham check, but in a viscose. I love the colours that Brogan's used there. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous drape on that as well. Right, now this one sold out in quilt weight cotton. Let's see if it's proving just as popular in a viscose. Lots has already gone on pre-order. And viscose is a natural fibre, isn't it? It's a plant fibre. It feels really cool on your skin too. So it's a really comfortable to wear fabric. What have you got in mind? It's not stretchy, by the way. Viscose isn't stretchy. It's really stable, really like quilt weight cotton. But what makes it different is that wonderful kind of fluid drape to it. So it's not stiff at all. It hangs really nicely on your body. Skims, which I think is a good thing. That's your bows. Some fresh cherries. On the peach background, go on, fun fact, Dan, who are the cherries in football? Bournemouth are known as the cherries. Oh, that's interesting. Fun fact. Fun fact. I like in the background that it's not a solid peach background. You've got those little tiny white pin dots. And gorgeous shading in the leaves and cherries too. Strawberries on a white background. Oh, again, this one's very creased. Getting me iron. I'm getting me iron. Oh, that's taking out the creases beautifully. Love that the strawberries have got the little bow on them as well. If you're wondering what this gorgeous iron is, it's the brand new Aliso K-Facet iron. They've worked together to create the most covetable iron I have seen all year. Now, yesterday we sold out completely of our huge stock that we had. It's been so popular, and I had no idea when we were getting it back in stock, no idea at all. And I went up to the office yesterday and I said, oh, I mean, it's great, but it's such a shame we've sold out. And Barry piped up and he went, actually, he said, we've just taken delivery of some new stock into the warehouse this morning. And I said, can I have it tomorrow, please? And Barry said yes. There we go, all done. All done. That looks so much better. So much better. Gorgeous. That is really pretty, isn't it? Okay, right, keep going through for that. Couple more viscose let's do the big check. Oh, now this is that same check that we saw before, but a bigger scale. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Kate in Merseyside's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and everyone. These fabrics are certainly brightening a grey morning. Would the viscose be good for Catherine's top from yesterday? Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Because although it doesn't have stretch, it's got the really good drape. So either the top or the trousers would be perfect. You could use shearing, shearing elastic and do like a gathered, almost like a sundress or a summery top would be gorgeous. Yeah, it would be gorgeous. Yeah. The other thing you can do with large scale checks like this is you can smock them and you can use the checks to do, you know, for your gathers and things like that. You can do some really cool things with a big check. I just think the colours in that are absolutely stunning. It's actually giving me Tula Pink vibes because of those gorgeous fresh pastels. Last viscose then, and the last of our cutie pie fabric range is the floral. Now I just want to show you while that's there that the scale is different, of course, between the quilt weight cotton and the dressmaking fabrics. So if I put, there's the quilt weight cotton, and there is your viscose. A little brighter as well, gorgeously fresh and crisp, and a gorgeous scale for dressmaking. 150 centimetres wide, 100% viscose, $6.99 per half metre. Very, very cute. Love those. It's a really lovely range actually, very fresh, and there's that promise of summer, isn't there? Right. Let's talk sewing machines. Now, I know lots of you have already checked out your baskets on this fabulous new machine yesterday and today, actually. I am down to teens of this now. It's been super, super popular. I want to give you a quick overview of the machine. Also, Millie, have we got the extension table, please? I'll give you a quick overview. So it's the Brother FS 140, brand new machine for us here at SewingStreet from the brand we all know and love, Brother. You have got 140 stitches first off. You've got 100 here shown on the front of the machine from 00 through to 99. So you've got loads of utility stitches, your straight stitches, stretch, zigzags, overcasting. You've got gorgeous heirloom and decorative stitches, serpentine, blanket stitch. You've also got 8 different automatic one-step buttonholes, just like the FS250. You've got a range of patchwork and quilting stitches too, including your perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance to the right and left of the needle. You've also got blanket stitch, a zigzag, and a lovely little quilting stitch too. Now going further down, lots of decorative stitches to play with, but that is not all. That's the first 100. Up the top of the machine, you've got this flip-top lid, and along the top, you've got 40 different satin stitches. Lots and lots to play with there. And then under that, you have got your alphabet. You've got a full alphabet, block capitals, again, just like the FS250 has the block capitals. You've also got all your numbers, punctuation, and European accented letters. Now, the machine has a memory of up to 50 characters, again, just like the FS250. You can put up to 50 characters and spaces in there. So if you want to make quilt labels, personalize, maybe make name tapes, things like that, easy to do. And in fact, I should have time to show you. Now, while we're here, I'm just going to take off the accessory box. You've got your accessory box there at the front. There's your free arm. So when you're sewing things like dressmaking, sleeves, hems, bag making, there's your free arm. Also, around the back, There's your button for dropping your feed dogs. Now keep in mind, you're not going to have to buy a darning foot. You're not going to have to spend £17.49 to buy a darning foot for this machine. It comes with the darning foot included. And equally, you're not going to have to spend £40 on a walking foot because you get that included too. There's your extension table all fitted on. I think it's time I switch this machine on. And we got going. Let me see. Why do I have power? Let me see. Am I actually plugged? Oh, I haven't put the power cable in. That'll do it. Do you know? I always used to scoff. I always used to scoff at the instructions, you know, the troubleshooting for things like sewing machines, where it would say, you know, machine will not start, and it would say things like, check that the machine is plugged in. And I used to think, who wouldn't know that their machine was plugged in? Well, me. Right, okay. So I'm going to show you from the back of the machine, and we'll program in some words. Right, okay. So, when you're doing words, I think we're about there. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. That's great. Right, so have a look. So you've got your front of your machine. You've got your speed control. You've got your automatic needle up, needle down, your reverse stitch, your locking stitch. Exactly the same as your FS250. You've got your stitch selection, tens and units. Very easy to control. You've also got your length and width adjustments there. 3 modes. Mode number 1 with your green light. This is your utility stitches. This is your first 100 stitches. Everything from 00 to 99. If we press that button again, we're now on decorative satin stitches. We've got 40 of those. So your choices go from 00 to 39. Then if we press it one more time, we're into alphabet. Now the next thing that you need to do is change your foot, because it's telling me that for our alphabet we need foot N, and you can see there the feet are debossed with the letter. So we'll swap that out. Literally snap on. There's a little metal bar that snaps, and we're on. We're ready to go. Now to program in, I'm just going to program in in fact, let's do sewing. Let's do sewing. It's not all about me, is it? Let's be honest. Right. So the letter S is 19. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in 1, 9, 19. And then right here, add. We've got one character of 1. Sewing, E05. So there's E, 2 characters now. W is 23. W, I09. That's the I. N is 14. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what have I done there? I'm going to take this out. If you make a mistake, look, I'll show you. If you make a mistake, you can go back to the beginning. Okay, right, let's do that again really quickly. 19, so S, we'll do E, which is 05. Hannah's saying, just do so. All right, so there we go. Right, 3 letters. So we'll do. Right, I also need to put some thread into my machine. I'm going to grab nice bright red thread. So easy to thread up this machine as well. So you've got your spool. I'm going to pop the spool cap on. And start by holding the thread in 2 hands and floss it through the machine. Okay, let's thread the needle. I think this has got the most reliable needle threader ever. It's so easy to use. It just always works, which I love. Right, we're all threaded up. The bobbin's in. It's a top loader, of course. Fabric under, and we're ready to go. Oh, have I dropped the feed dogs? Yeah, there we go. Oh no, I've dropped them now. Oh, do you know, wake up, Stuart. Right. I may have to do this twice because the S is going to be a little bit foreshortened there. That's not a problem. Once you've sewn your first word or whatever you want to do, if you've put a space in, obviously it'll put the space in, then it'll go to the next word. But if you wanted to repeat your word, so it's so, then you just take your foot off the pedal and then put your foot back down on the pedal, or use the start stop button and it will sew and it will just repeat the word. And it does a locking stitch at the end too. Sure, I got some scissors. There they are. And let me show you. And there we go. So, see, there's where I mangled it because I was messing about with the feed dogs. And there we are. So it'd be very easy to write SewingStreet. There's a few little jump threads in there to clip out. You could do quilt labels, you could do name labels for in garments, things like that. Really, really easy to do. Right, let me show you. I'm going to pop the darning foot on for free motion quilting. So, really easy to do. You're going to take the whole of the ankle off, okay? So you've got a little screwdriver that comes with, and that whole ankle comes off. Then your darning foot slips into place. Finger tighten that screw, and then use your screwdriver just to tighten it up. Right, let's change the thread to something a little more sympathetic than bright red. I would absolutely use bright red for quilting, but I would want bright red in the bobbin as well. Don't give yourself, this is general advice, don't give yourself the headache of trying to have red thread in the top and white fabric on the back of your quilt, so that you need, or think that you need to use red thread in the top and white thread in the back. You will drive yourself around the bend, trying to tweak and adjust and fiddle with tension. And I'm talking about any and every sewing machine to try and do that. You're much better off choosing to use the same thread. Now, I would have no issue having the red thread on the back of a white background, but I wouldn't put red on the top and white on the back ever, personally. Right, so free motion quilting. Let's drop the feed dogs. Hang on a second, just need to do this for me at the moment. I think the feed dogs are dropped. Here's a little fun fact. I often quilt with the feed dogs up. You don't actually need to drop your feed dogs to free motion quilt. It's the darning foot that's important. And let's just pop it back on a straight stitch with a centre needle position, stitch number 2. Okay, I've got my threads on top, and let's start off with a little bit of free motion. Always a good idea to run your machine quite fast. Now then, let's just lift the needle out. Let me show you this. So, there we go. We've got a nice bit of free motion quilting. And just to show you on the back, no eyelashes. No eyelashes. Now, people often say to me, why am I getting eyelashes on the back? What am I doing wrong? How can I change it? How can I adjust it? You can tweak the tension, the top tension a little bit, and it's certainly worth having a go at that. But often the fact of the matter is it's just the machine. Some machines will do a lovely free motion without eyelashing, and some just won't. And I've tweaked many, many machines to try and get them to sew perfectly, and they just won't do it. But there's mine, straight out the box. No eyelashing. Gorgeous. You see why I would never use red thread on the top and white on the back? You know, there's nothing wrong with the machine. I haven't done anything wrong. That's just what happens. So, same thread, top and bobbin, or close colours, you know. Now, your alphabet is a standard size. You can't change the size of the alphabet or the lettering, but you can adjust the width and the length of pretty much all of the other stitches, and that can be super useful again for quilting. I'm just going to pop the walking foot on now. Again, remember, you get your walking foot included, which is fantastic value. You'd normally have to pay an extra £40, and before we got the 250 Makers Edition, we never had a Brother sewing machine at this price point with a walking foot, so it's a real boon to get that. Just tightening up that screw. Okay, right, I'm going to choose stitch number 28, which is the serpentine stitch, this one right here. This is so useful for quilting. So useful for quilting. I might just quickly change the top thread again. Let's go for red, shall we? I just want to show you as well how easy it is to thread up and how easy it is to change the colour of your thread. Because sometimes, you know, we end up leaving the same thread on a machine because it's easier than changing. And this is, oh, didn't quite get it that time. This is super, super easy to do. I'm trying to do all of this without my specs on, just to show you it can be done. Right. Okay, so that's serpentine stitch. Feed dogs back up. And let's sew. No, feed dog. Oh. There we go. Right, so this is the serpentine stitch, just as is. Okay, if I turn that around, it's a gorgeous stitch. Really lovely and decorative. This is the default setting. Really nice top stitch, nice on dressmaking. You could use this for quilting, but if I increase the stitch length from 1 to 2, I think we have a much more usable quilting stitch. I'm going to sew that down back the way I came. Works really well with your walking foot as well. So if I compare the two, this is a gorgeous stitch for quilting. And actually, if we want to go even more kind of casual and very, very forgiving as well for quilting, imagine using this instead of a straight line for cross hatching, this one right here. So just a really lovely, gentle, undulating line. This is just one stitch going from 1, 2, 3. Absolutely super machine. Now, if you were to buy this after midnight tonight, you'll pay £369. If you go to John Lewis, never knowingly undersold, you would again pay £369. On Sewing Street today, £349. 140 stitches, 8 automatic one-step buttonholes. Yes, you can sew buttons on easily, quickly. You've also got your extension table, a hard case, walking foot, dining foot. Absolutely amazing. You get a lot for your money, a huge amount for your money. A huge amount. Now, just want to mention while we are here, the Aliso iron. We sold out. We sold out. We launched it on Tuesday with John. and lots of you went for it. Hundreds of you went for it. We also had it on yesterday and the day before, and again, hundreds more of you went for it, but we sold out yesterday, and as far as I knew, that was it. We had sold out, and I did not know when we were getting any more back in. I received the great news when I went upstairs yesterday that we had got new stock just arrived. So, you didn't miss out, you can get it. Here's the new Aliso iron. This is the mini version, which is small but mighty. It's not actually that small. Beautiful, been hugely popular. Steam at the front only, steam at the back only, or both together for a blast of steam. 3 heat settings, a 1.9 meter cord, and you can easily change the cord from left to right. We are going to go to a short break now. When we come back, Janet Clare will be joining me. I'll see you after this. Oh, go check out your baskets.
You don't just do fabrics and things like that.
Yeah.
I believe you got an iron coming out.
Yes, that was very exciting because, you know, there was this iron company and they had a wonderful iron that when you left it down, it didn't burn a hole in your shirt. It jumped up,
Yeah.
and so you could just leave it, and it's the most wonderful iron. But it was in this kind of beige color, and it was not exciting to me. And when I was able to put my colors onto that and my pattern, and then do a little tin box for the small version of the iron to go in, and then do a tea towel, and all of these different things that was able to design, that's my heaven. I just love it. You know, to make something special, that you open this iron box and you take all these things and you've got some, and even the cover of the ironing board, we were able to do with a wonderful stripe and a wonderful blue color. So it's exciting. And Aliso irons, they're very, very lovely. I mean, we use one all the time.
I can't wait to see these. And the fact that you can bring joy into an ironing, things that most people hate, an ironing board cover, an iron, and things like that. A tea towel, drying the dishes.
That influence comes from going to someplace like Scandinavia or Japan, where everything that people used in the old days was something beautiful. You know, a wooden spoon that you stirred the porridge with would have a beautiful decoration or carving on it. And you know, the pillows would have little beautiful silk ribbons around the edges, and all of that kind of thing I pick up on when I go around traveling and I go to these museums and see the way that they did things in the past, where everything had a decoration and a sort of dance of color.
We've lost so much of that, haven't we, in the rush to get on with life and everything like that. And it's lovely that you still uphold the well, it's not traditional, is it, because of the way you put things together, but
Well,
your
it is.
colour and
I'm very happy to be called a traditional
Oh,
quilter.
okay.
Yeah, because I use very basic shapes that you see in traditional quilts. Because if you're using wonderful colors and patterns, you don't need fancy shapes.
let the fabric and the colour
Yeah.
tell the story.
And very, very simple to sew together. I love that.
Oh, hello. Just having a bit of a sit down because this weekend is going to be manic. 5 years I've been at this place, I know, and we're celebrating. We've got Sarah from White Gecko Lounge. She's got a special competition for you. We've got the return of Joe Carter. We've got Amber Makes. We've got so much going on. But remember, on the Saturday night/Sunday morning, the clocks go back. And what they're doing, making us do an extra hour. So you've got 6 hours of me this weekend. So make sure you tune in and join me to celebrate my 5th anniversary.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Hi everyone, I'm back on SewingStreet on Thursday the 23rd of October. Gosh, doesn't time fly. When we'll be doing the final applique panel in How Many Sew, so it's the two girls skipping. And then there are a number of folded flying geese to be made. So we have ones going up the way and ones going across the way. Also, thinking along the lines of Christmas presents, we're going to demo a new book cover. This is a hair book cover. There's some applique and some hand stitching. And I'm doing a second hour, and that is going to be full on Christmas.
Inspirational.
Exciting.
It's a good day out. This is one of the best shows to come to because you have so many wonderful people, so many suppliers, and everything in one place, really.
The access of being able to get the things that might not be able to get easily at home.
Good value, yeah. Got a good few deals already.
I like doing the workshops that you want to try before you invest, like the glass ones or the polymer clay.
There's a lot of fun, there's a lot of laughter in the building.
One time we just thought, oh, we'll just give it a try. And we've been coming back year after year.
It's been an unmovable date in our calendar.
It's always a good day at SewingStreet, but it's even better when this one's here. Hi, Janet Clare.
Hello, Stuart Hillard.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Well, I'm great, thank you. And you are standing in front of a magnificent
Thank you so much.
quilt. My goodness, tell me about Polestar.
Polestar, it is a one-block wonder.
Serious?
It's one block. You know I love designing one-block quilts. It's
Wow.
one block.
Wow.
And then what I love about them and what is endlessly interesting about patchwork is where you put the fabric makes it look completely different.
For sure.
Completely different. So there's one foundation pieced element to it and
Yep.
everything else is just squares.
Oh, love it. Let's
Super
dive
easy.
straight in. I've
Super
got...
easy.
Say again, sorry.
I'm just saying super easy
Yeah.
twice for no reason. Now I've said
Okay.
it 3 times for no reason.
It's super easy. I've got a full quilt kit here. Let's dive in and have a look. Start off, of course, with the fabulous Janet Clare exclusive calico bag. This is brand new for autumn.
It is indeed.
Love it, love it. Inside, you get such a lot for your money. It's a big quilt to start with, 75 inches square. And Janet, for me, I love a square quilt.
They're just classic, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, full of impact, really useful. So you get your full pattern from Janet. Now you also, Janet mentioned that there was one element which is foundation pieced. You get all of your foundations and some extra for practicing on included in your pack. Now Janet, for me, that's worth the price of the kit.
It is.
Right
It
from
is,
the word go.
because our printer, Well, you send jobs to the printer. It doesn't mean it's going to print them.
No.
And then you always scale. Oh, I've just scaled that to fit the page. Well, I asked you to print at actual size, actually. Thank you, darling.
I know. Charlie did some foundation printing for me, and it was all the wrong size.
All
He'd
the
done
wrong size.
hundreds. Let's start all over again. It was
Yeah,
such a
exactly.
shame.
So our papers have been professionally printed, the same printer who does all of our patterns.
Absolutely fantastic. That's included in the price of your kit. You're also getting all of your beautiful fabrics, and these are from Janet's Moda collection, Longshore. Janet, you are really, really well known as a fabric designer all over the world. And I think
darling.
two things are synonymous with Janet Clare, definitely that come to mind. Blue.
Blue.
We love your blue fabric.
We love blue.
And also sort of coastal, sea-themed or nature-themed fabrics are definitely a signature look.
Definitely. And I think I like that classic, elegant, timeless kind of feeling.
Totally.
And I keep coming back to what I'm drawn to. And Moda don't send out any colour or trend requirements, so we can work in our own style, which is a real luxury. And it also means that when I revisit the seaside, people who've got the seaside fabric from previous collection in their stash can top it up.
Yes, and they'll go together, won't they?
They all go together.
I think when you said classic, it's just never goes out of style. Never goes out of style. And obviously this is a quilt that you're going to have a wonderful time making. You're going to absolutely love making this quilt. You're also going to enjoy using it for years and years to come. It's going to become one of those sort of family favourites. It is absolutely stunning.
Thank you so much. It's honestly, I just adore designing and making these sort of one block wonder quilts because it's endlessly interesting where you put the fabric. It's simple, which means that once you've got your head around the processes, like you make one block, you can just relax into your sewing, which is what we all want, isn't it? You just want to relax and enjoy your sewing.
We do. And as you said, it's all about where you place the colours. And of course, you have given full instructions, detailed instructions on which colours to make, where to place them in the quilt, which makes it completely achievable. But at its heart are 4 patches and that one foundation piece block.
So that's your kite shape that you're going to make. And to get the accuracy of the angles, the easiest way to do it was on foundation. So you make 4 of those per block. And then, as you say, it's just 4 patches.
Love that.
Just 4 patches.
Also, I notice you've got templates as well as the foundation. How do we use those?
So it's up to you. So if you just buy the pattern on its own, you've got the start that you need. So, but you've got a lot of photocopying to do. Or if I'm not making so many blocks, so say I was just making 1 block for a cushion or something, I would actually trace my foundation papers onto an interfacing. I'm happy to do that, but I only want to trace like a couple because you know the accuracy isn't there. And the whole point of the foundation is that it gets you that accuracy. But then, of course, when you've used your papers, the pattern is still useful. So I'm just trying to prolong the life of, you know, your investment, really.
Make loads of different versions. And would you use the templates here to cut out your patches for foundation piecing?
Yes. Now, there is, on the top of your packet of printed papers, there is 1 foundation template and 1 template that sort of exploded out, which includes the seam allowance for cutting the fabric. So you've got 1 copy of that, and the rest, the others in your pack, have just got the 3 foundation templates on them.
Fantastic. I love that you get all of your foundations included. It makes so much difference. You can just jump straight to the sewing the minute you get your kit home. You've got everything you need. You've got your pattern. You've got all your foundations all professionally printed. And then you've got this most beautiful array of fabrics, all from Janet Clare. You know they're all going to work beautifully. These are the exact fabrics that are used in the quilt that's hanging behind Janet.
So your quilt will look identical, unless, of course, you choose to ad-lib a bit.
Yep.
Which you're more than welcome to do. You're going to have to do some quilt maths. or do some direct swaps, but you
Okay.
can definitely do that. And also you could make it scrappy. You could play endlessly with it, and it's good fun, always
Yeah.
good fun.
You do actually get a colouring sheet in the back, look. So if you want to photocopy that, enlarge that, and actually have loads of fun colouring it in, even if you're using the kit, you could still work out a different layout for your colours. I think that is absolutely fab.
Thank you. I love colouring in. I love
Yeah.
it.
For sure. £224.99 for the kit, and you can go for split pay if you want to spread the cost. £74.99 is your first split pay. You make 3 payments like that, but your kit gets sent out after you've paid your first initial split pay. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we do also have instructions on their own. This is a physical printed copy. And Janet, you were saying you have these professionally printed. You keep your printer very busy, don't you?
We do. We we did a small pickup, Henry and I, the other day, and there was over 1,000 patterns that we squished into the car.
Wow.
So Rich is the printer. He prints all of our patterns and always has done. He's printed our self-published books, and he's a good friend. And Tony quite often schedules a print pickup at about 5 o'clock on a Friday. So they just amble down to the pub and treat Richard for a little pint.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because, it's all about having a lovely life, isn't it?
I think so.
You just
It
got
is.
to enjoy
Balance.
Balance.
It's all about balance, yes, for sure. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. I think it's absolutely stunning. And it only requires 1 block. Your 4 patches, of course, total beginner level. Your foundation piecing is total beginner level foundation piecing.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And also, if you think about where you're matching points, like people were worried about the points, it's very forgiving where your shapes are going to match. And all the squares sort of blend in, and you will make a beautiful quilt, whether you're pinpoint accurate or not. And to be honest, I'm never pinpoint accurate.
No, me
never.
neither.
Never.
No. I rely on using an accurate seam allowance and hope for the best.
Yeah.
A wing and a prayer. Now, that's the pattern, £9.99. If you want to jump straight to the top of the class and be able to get on with your sewing like someone who's bought the kit, then why not buy yourself a set of foundations? Now, these are £7.50. You don't get any instructions, so you need to buy the instructions to go with. This way. You get your foundations. You need to buy the instructions separately, okay? But these are going to make your life a lot easier and quicker. You can jump straight to the sewing, can't you?
Absolutely.
And do I get enough for the whole quilt plus a few extras?
Plus a few extras. So we have, we did it by weight. So we were weighing the papers. So you might have 2 extras, you might have 3 extra.
Oh, great. But
You've got a couple to play. And don't forget, you've got the original in your pattern, and
Yes.
you are free to copy them for your own use. So, you can copy the odd one or trace the odd one. So you've got plenty.
Yeah, and if you want to remake the quilt, of course,
Absolutely.
you've got your pattern. Yeah, do make sure that you use this product number to get your pattern as well as getting the foundations, won't you? They work together. They work together. But you also do get, if you're buying the instructions on their own, you do get 1 master copy of the foundation, which, of course, you can then print as many as you need. Right, we've also got a digital download of the pattern if you prefer to get going today, maybe.
Get going to this afternoon.
Yeah, if you've already got a gorgeous Janet Clare collection of fabrics or lots of scraps, you could mix and match.
Yeah, you'd have a block done easily.
Yeah, this afternoon.
Yeah, easily.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. £9.99 for the digital download. It's an instant payment, instant download, so you could be sewing along with Janet in this hour. Hillary's messaged in to say, morning, Janet. Love the Polestar Quilt. Definitely putting that on my to-do list.
Oh.
Well, What I would say, Hilary, if you want a physical pattern, you need to order this nice and quickly because there is a lot of you putting Polestar into your baskets. It is an absolutely gorgeous quilt.
Thank you.
Because actually, what you've done, I mean, it's stunning. The fact that this is one block astounds me. The fact that this is, you know, simple piecing and so achievable.
It's really achievable. And I like that. I like that it looks harder than it is. It's deceptively simple. It's very, very striking and bold. And you can just sit and sew it calmly.
Yeah, you really can.
And it looks like you're making all these little flying geese and all these awkward areas, but you're not. I promise you, that's all that kite shape doing the hard work.
Yeah.
So it's a nice, and as you say, it's very simple for foundation piecing as well.
Yeah, yeah. If you've never done foundation piecing before, this is one of the best foundations you could start with because it's really straightforward and simple. I would highly recommend getting the pre-printed, professionally printed foundations. So on most of the sheets, you've got 3 foundations across the paper. On just the front one, you've got some templates as well. I suppose, Janet, if you're someone that likes working with templates, you could actually use it and just...
Yeah, absolutely. And you could hand sew them if you wanted to do that running stitch.
Yeah.
You absolutely could. If you like your machine and you like the speed of the foundation, then the papers are brilliant.
Yeah.
But the pattern is very, very versatile.
Do you know, honestly, I think for £7.50, just take my money.
Just
so
buy
I
them.
don't have to have the awful hassle of trying to... Because I don't have a printer at home.
No, and it'll cost you more than that probably to print them. By the time you've got all your paper and
Ink
it's
is
all
so
gone
expensive.
wonky. And I know you've got a subscription for ink now, haven't we? We've got a monthly subscription for ink.
Awful, I know.
It's crazy.
Well, these have been professionally printed by...
Richard.
Richard. Big shout out to Richard.
Richard at Colour Stream, thank you.
Absolutely. And also thank you, Henry, for going with your mum to pick up the
Yes.
patterns in the first place, because
Yes.
without that, we wouldn't have anything here today.
I know. I'd have been very tired loading the car by myself.
I haven't mentioned Tony yet, but I will mention him at some point, I've no doubt.
He'll
There
be
you go.
watching.
I've
He'll be
mentioned
watching.
Morning, Tony. Brill. Right, okay, keep going through for that, won't you? Remember, if you want to get everything to produce your version of Janet Clare's incredible Polestar quilt, in fact, the very one that's hanging behind Janet now, you can. Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. You get that gorgeous calico bag with, these are exclusive too. You can't just buy these. You can't just get these anywhere else. You need to get these from Janet Clare. You then get your beautiful, this isn't a solid, by the way, this is a gorgeous texture. This is also from the same collection.
It's all from Longshore, yeah, because I always ask them if I can have the core colours in the collection printed as a texture, they call it. Because the Bella Solids are great, but because everything's hand painted or hand drawn, it often looks a bit too heavy and uniform. So I like to have the textures, and they're often very subtle. So this one's got like a linen-y type texture printed into it.
It's absolutely beautiful, and I'm with you there. Actually, you get much more softness and subtlety with that sort of textured finish. All your beautiful fabrics, so restful, calm, and classic. Remember, this is a quilt that's going to last you for years and years. You're going to enjoy using it. It's never going to go out of date.
No.
This is not a fashion that's going to come and go. Good looks last.
Good looks last.
Janet and I are living proof of that, aren't we?
Absolutely.
You also, of course, get your full pack of foundations included. All of the foundations you need for the whole quilt, plus a few extras to practice on. But still, you've got your master copy in the pattern, and you've got that full pattern as well included. Absolutely fantastic value. This, I think, is one of those quilts that you will consider an heirloom.
Yeah, and get it labelled. So put a label. I've been nagging everyone, myself included. I've realised how bad I am at labelling quilts.
Wow.
So get them labelled, and the little sewing machine was doing that this morning, wasn't it?
We were doing that on the FS140. Janet's going to be using the FS140 as well. And because you can just hop on it and
Well,
away
let's
you
hope
go.
so.
Well, I think we
Let's
will. I'm going to
hope
come and
so.
join you, Janet.
Come and join me.
Let's go to demo.
Let's go to
I pop the
demo.
iron in and then-
Yes, we will get to ironing eventually. So, Polestar foundation piecing. With foundation piecing, you're working upside down and back to front. So it's practice first. There's a few little tips and tricks to it. This is an easy place to start. It's quite a forgiving block. So take your time and do it slow and steady. And I've got to do it live on air with a sewing machine that I've only just seen. So it will all be good, I promise you.
Is this different colour? This is
I know.
incredible.
Look at the colouring. This is what I mean by I absolutely love colouring in, because I designed this. We designed it on the computer. I did it on graph paper first, and then started colouring in on the computer, dropping in the fabric to actually get the result that I wanted. I have to design all of these before I've got the yardage to make the quilt.
It's hard to do that in advance, isn't it? It's a
really,
tough job.
really, really hard. So this is the sort of thing that you're playing with, and you build it up and you think, yes, that's what I want. And then I said to Tony, we've done all this work. Like we've got the layout, we know how big the quilt's going to be, we know how I coloured it in, but it would be lovely to have a colouring in sheet. So we've started putting these in some of the new patterns that we do, and the quilt looks so different.
These are incredible.
They just look crazy different, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Remember, if you're buying the pattern, physical, digital, if you're buying the kit, you get your pattern included. You're getting your colouring sheet as well. Print some off. This is how you develop your own creativity.
You develop your own creativity. It's something you could, if you're trying to get some sewing time with a child in the room, this is something that they can be doing. They can be doing fabric pulls. You can be teaching them about colour and shade, whatever keeps their attention and keeps you able to keep sewing. But the one pattern makes so many different quilts, and it's up to you whether you like them more than I've done or whether you just want to play. And I like the idea of making a family of quilts, so everyone's got essentially the same quilt.
Everyone's got a Polestar quilt, but totally, I love that idea.
Completely different. And I say you could just build it up and just make it using your scraps, put them in tonal values, and you'll be great. Put them in your fat quarter basket, the bags that you're organising. You could arrange them by tonal values and then just grab them and use them.
You know what? I think this is a fabulous pattern. I think it's really worth getting. I think you'd make a lot of versions of this and a lot of scrappy versions because actually, even though this is all one range of fabric, this has the look of a modern scrappy quilt because it's almost sort of controlled.
I like controlled scrappy. I like scrappy.
Yeah.
But and I've got a quilt in the next hour that's sort of scrappy, even though that's controlled as well in a way. But you've got to use your scraps because quilting will inevitably give you scraps. And if you like a tight colour palette like I do, I have bags of navies and bags of creams, and it's nice to use them up.
Yeah.
And with this, you can manage and you can do some quilt maths. So you can work out the proportions. And things like this is like instead of the 4 patch, I've just coloured them all in that one colour. We'll just switch that to 1 square. Do the maths, switch that to 1 square.
You could, couldn't you?
Yeah. So there's loads you can do. And as I say, I make myself, when we've got these, I photocopy myself a handful of them, and I make myself a coffee, and I sit down with my felt tip pens and just colour in. I'm perfectly happy.
And then you tell Tony you've had a hard day at the office.
Yeah, I've had a really rough day, darling. I've designed another 4 quilts this morning.
I hear you, Tony. Margaret from 5 has got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and Janet. Morning, my lovely.
Good morning.
The show is so inspiring. Thank you for making my day.
And it's only 9:30.
That's lovely. That's great.
Day made.
I'm so glad.
Thank you so much.
Another message for you. Morning, Stuart and Janet. I spoke to you a few weeks ago, Janet, and I've just got your pattern and foundation pack. Thank you. That's Susan in Hampshire.
Well, thank you very much. We saw lots of people at Ali Pali.
Wonderful.
And everyone kept coming up to me going, do you know where Stuart is? I knew where they did. And I was going, well, I knew where he was an hour ago, but I don't know where he is now.
I made a beeline for you, but it took me quite a while to get to you.
Just throwing the crowds off, you see.
If you're getting the pattern, I would strongly recommend you get the pack of foundations. For an extra £7.50, you can forget the headache of having to, have you got a printer? Is it the right size? How many do I need? Have I got enough ink? Get your pack for £7.50. You've got enough foundations for a 75-inch square quilt. If you don't want to make it that size, you don't have to.
You don't have to.
Well worth getting.
Just make your life easy. And we were talking about where you spend your energy last night, weren't we? And how important it is to spend it in something that you think is a valuable use of it.
Absolutely.
And obviously you've got chores and things to do, but if you can spend as much of your energy doing the lovely things and not getting frustrated by tracing bits of paper.
Oh, well, that's why I said about the foundations. Just take my money, because for £7.50, you think, I haven't got to think about, oh, I'd pay double. I mean, don't double the price.
Yeah, let's double the price, Tony.
Don't do that.
Double.
Don't do that.
It's the Stuart Hillard tax.
No, but you get my point. It's like, oh, to have an extra hour of sewing time, to have an extra hour of sewing time.
I think it would take you more than an hour to print those, to do those papers. Yeah. So definitely use your energy wisely, unless you love tracing, or you get somebody to trace for you. You're all good.
There is that.
There is all that. Right, so foundation papers. Now, as we were briefly touched upon, we have included a set of papers, templates, which you can cut out, and they've already got the seam allowance on. And they've got the little niblets coming out so you don't get all the ears and the interlock nicely. Now, if you were the pippers of this world, whose piecing is so precision perfect, that's what she loves doing more than anything else, to get the most precise stitching and results that she can get, then she would cut all of her fabric using these exact templates. They've got an exact 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that's what she would do. So there's literally no waste. The thing with the foundation paper doing the fabric requirements is, if you're not careful with how you subdivide your yardage, you could run out of fabric. It's very easy to sort of over egg.
Right.
And you get awkward things. So if you want to be precise, do this. And I would recommend you give it a try anyway, because it's a good skill to have, that level of precision. In the pattern, we show you, you go from the yardage and you subdivide it into a strip. And it says in the pattern exactly how wide that strip is, got to be cut. And it also tells you how many blocks and diamonds and kites you have to get out of that strip. So you know that your fabric requirements will make, that strip will make sort of 12 or something. So I do not give myself this tight fabric. I give myself a little bit more.
And you give us that little bit more
I
in our
give
kit?
you, you've got enough. So what you've got to do is, you know that that strip will get 12, don't quote me, I'm not telling you the pattern verbatim, but you know how many that strip is going to give you. So all you've got to do is make sure that you've got the right number coming out of that strip of fabric, and then you can piece with confidence. But if you want to really, really learn foundation piecing and do something, move up to like a mariner's compass or something really precise, this is a really good skill to have, because it manages all your fabric and it manages all those seam allowances. Keeps everything really nice and tight. So that's the first thing.
Loads of you with this in your basket. Don't forget to check out, I know you want to watch the demo, but do remember to check out the basket so you get your gorgeous Polestar Quilt kit home.
So you get it.
It's a lot of quilt for the money. It's gorgeous.
It's lovely, and you know, it's hours of entertainment, and then you've got a quilt that you can live with forever. And hand down. And please label it. I know I'm like a stuck record with labeling quilts, because I was at Quilt Market in Houston, and they've got all these stunning vintage quilts on display, and they're museum quality. They've been preserved for hundreds of years, and every single label says maker unknown, maker unknown. And we're doing it. I bet there isn't even a label on this. There's no label on this.
Claire.
It's a shock, isn't it? So label, because people will want to know. Okay, so I have got my base fabric, which I have cut, and that is a generous amount round here. You can cut that down narrower if you want, so that you can see clearly what you're doing. It's up to you how generous you want to be. Just keep in mind, read the pattern, and it tells you how generous you can afford to be.
Okay.
And then you have got, essentially, you've got 2 little triangles to put in and 2 bigger triangles to get in. That's all you've got to piece, and it's very forgiving. And those sharp angles are done for you by sewing on the line.
Quick tip, if you've got the foundation papers in your basket, you need to check out. We're in serious danger of selling out of those. There's such a lot in baskets, and they could go just like that. To be fair, when I said, oh, just take my money, I'll pay double, it's made me think, actually, why not get 2 sets? Because you'll make this version, but to have a second set of papers in reserve for when you make the totally scrappy version.
Lovely.
Wouldn't it be lovely to know for an extra £7.50 that you've got those papers ready?
You've got them. So I've just sort of got the elements of the block together to show you. So there's a few colour variations you need to make in the block. It is one block, so the construction is the same for every single block that's in the quilt. Where you place the fabric will give you the result. So that's what you've got to be very careful about. But you can see it's just 4 patches and then these kites and a centre square. So we're going to make the last one that fits in there.
Smashing, that looks gorgeous already.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun. And what you can do if you've been up too late chatting to a certain friend over there, I didn't get home until 10 o'clock last night. It's so late.
But you left me at 7:30. What were you doing for 2.5 hours?
I was swanning around Sainsbury's. Anyway, we had a good laugh, and it was well worth being slightly tired this morning.
I know.
Such a treat. Anyway, so what you can do is, if you're not in the mood to do your precision foundation piecing, just do your 4 patches.
Yep.
Just do your 4 patches.
Yeah.
Move it forward. Okay, I'm always go slow and steady when you are foundation piecing, because you're upside down and back to front. Now, how we level?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, so what you're going to do is you've got to make sure that this solid line is for you when you're at the sewing machine. Okay, so your fabric is pretty side down, and you won't see that. Okay, so your pretty sides are down, and then your paper's on the top. So this is the wrong side of everything. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we've got to cut and sew this section 2 in, and the section we're going to sew is the line between piece 1 and piece 2, which is just that line there. Okay, now there's certain things you can do to help you, and certain tools. I'm not a massive tool type person, like not very gadgety, but this and a quarter is useful. So you're going to put it on, or a piece of card, put it on the line, and then you're going to fold on that line. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut this background fabric. We're going to cut into that shape, essentially. So we're going to fold that out of the way, and then we're going to put 1/4 inch on that. And then when we put the next section in, we have got that line to match up for, and my rotary cutter is sharp. It's all good. Okay.
Just putting a multi-pack, you get 2 different 1/4 rulers. The 2 inch by 6 inch, which is the one Janet was using, the short, and then the 2 inch by 12 inch, which is better for larger foundations. You get both. You make a saving, I believe, too, £24.99.
Lovely, lovely. Okay, so now this is the larger triangle. And what we're going to do is we want it to be pretty sides down again. And there. So what we've got to do is we've got to put that line on that line. Can you see it's so different to your ordinary piecing? But it's not any harder, it's just a different process. You're kind of setting up the sewing differently, aren't you, Stuart, rather than that. So this
You're
is
still putting 2 pieces of fabric right sides together.
right sides
sewing
together.
the seam.
And also this 1/4 inch seam is not critical on this sort of kite shape. You want enough fabric so that the seam is strong, but if it's not completely 1/4 inch or it's not square or true, it doesn't matter because you're only relying on sewing on that line. Okay, now it's up to you. Some people use glue, some people use pins. I don't really know which way I prefer with this at all. You're going to have to just try and see what you like.
I use hope and desperation.
Yes, and also I find, and this may happen now, is the first pieces I put in often aren't aligned correctly. It's like you've got to get your eye in again.
Yeah.
So have a practice go on the go all the time and just really practice. I'm just making excuses. So we have got the fabulous new sewing machine, which I have not seen till I walked in this morning. We have got our ordinary sewing foot on, Stuart.
No, we've got the open-toed
We've got
embroidery
the
foot, which is your like
open-toed.
monogramming foot. Yeah.
Okay, so we can see, and you're going to lower the needle down so that it's on the line. Lower it down. I've got a smaller stitch length and we've got the central needle position. So your setup is different, but all we've got to do now is literally sew on that line. I'm not going to have it at full speed, and you're just going to sew on that drawn line. That's it.
Fab.
That's all you've got to do.
Just want to let you know, by the way, if you want the foundations on their own, we're down to about 20-something packs. It's almost sold out. There's way more in baskets than we actually have. Do check out. There's no instructions, remember. You need to buy instructions separately. Okay, so that's £7.50. And you do need the instructions. Now, you don't need to buy the foundations pre-printed. You get a master copy in here. But I think to take the hassle out of printing off foundations for an extra £7.50, I'd get the pattern for £9.99 and the set of foundations. Now, if you're going for the full kit, you get all of that included, plus all your fabric and your gorgeous bag, £224. I think this is fabulous. Fabulous value.
Hours of entertainment.
Gorgeous.
Hours of entertainment. Right, here we go. So I have sewn there, across, and now we're folding back. And all we've got to do is make sure that that corner that we've put in is covering our template. And can you see, I've given myself, oh, bits of paper everywhere. I'm just going to trim that up because it's now going to be a bit too long, I think. Just keep that out of the way. It's up to you how neat and tidy you are. As I say, Pippa finds it much easier and more satisfactory. She has a nicer time in her sewing room if she is precise and neat as possible. And I must say, I'm probably on the scruffier side. You ironing for me?
I'd be more than happy to, Janet.
You can have
It'd
it.
be an honour.
You can just finger press or you can iron as you go. It's up to you. Keep the papers in until you thank you very much. Until you're absolutely sure that you don't need them anymore. And then yes, go on.
Now when you display this quilt, you have to say it was a 2-person quilt, don't
It's
you?
a 2-person quilt.
Is that what the other side of that ruler's for folding back
Yes,
on?
it is.
Well, I never knew that.
I was given this as a gift and I thought, oh, well, that's lovely, but I've never thought when I'm foundation piecing, I wish I had a tool that folds and then had a 1/4 inch seam on the other side. But actually, I now don't foundation piece without it.
It's really useful, isn't it?
And I could have mentioned that in our meeting this morning, so I do apologise, Hannah. You sell them. I didn't know. You sell them.
Yeah.
Fabulous. There you go.
Cool.
Very good. Right, so here we go. So now we've got to sew on the line between block 1 and block 3. So you do it in numerical order. If you don't do it in numerical order, on this particular block, it doesn't matter. Something like a mariner's compass, it's going to matter a lot. But here you've got a lot of leeway. Right, so fold it over You do the same. We need to just keep going. So it's a very methodical, calm process. I don't chain piece foundation, do you? Do you chain piece?
No, no.
No.
In fact, I don't do much chain piecing anymore generally. I have decided, no, I've decided to enjoy the moment, and I don't make my quilts any slower. And I've realised that it didn't particularly speed me up by doing any of that. It just made me feel like I was doing work instead of enjoying my sewing. So now I do one at a time, and I take pleasure in the moment.
I think that's a life hack, because we rush through everything. Like, you try and get through all of your chores and everything as quickly as possible, and you're kind of missing the point of it.
I think so. I think so. And also as well, it stops me making the same mistake 39 times. Ask me how I know. We do
know. Right, so this one, I am going to put in, I may regret doing this, I'm going to put in the accurately cut piece.
Are you?
Yeah, it won't go well, but we'll find out. We will find out. And what happens is, what I should really do is I should trim all this paper away so I can actually see where my corner is. So your papers will have the 1/4 inch seam on them. And as I've said a few times, it's up to you how accurate you want to be and what style, what style your quilting takes, and whether you want to be really, really slow and methodical and just in the moment, or you want to be a bit zoomy.
You know, Janet, honestly, I think if I cut out all of the pieces precisely using the templates, which you absolutely can, I would just regular piece this. I wouldn't even foundation piece
Oh, would
it.
you? You could do that.
Because you've got the templates, you could literally, as long as you're sewing a nice accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance, you don't need to foundation piece this quilt, do you?
You don't, because all these template type quilts with the elements of the template in is because you can't easily reliably cut those angles.
No.
That's what it's about.
Yeah.
So whether you use acrylic template, you do like American piecing where you cut your fabric with seam allowance and do a running stitch, you mark your 1/4 inch seam and do a running stitch. My mum would sit and sew in the evenings with that, sit and hand sew, because the sewing machine takes you away sometimes, doesn't it, from the family? Sometimes you want that, I'm just saying. Sometimes you don't mind.
That's why I knit, Janet. It's why I knit.
Can't hear
I want to
you.
be left alone. I just start counting out loud and everyone just scarpers.
Knitting will teach you that you cannot count, won't it? Can't count.
I can't count unless I'm in silence.
Can't count. Right, so anyway, I think we're proving that you can do this very easily and simply, and it gives you a very, very sort of polished, sophisticated look for very little technical sort of know-how.
Yeah, do you know, I would say, if at home, if you're sitting there looking at that quilt thinking, oh, it's magnificent, but it's beyond my skill level, it really, really
I promise you it isn't. I promise you it isn't.
4 patches and that foundation pieced unit, and actually it is beginner level foundation piecing. It is a centerpiece with 4 triangles stitched to the corner in its simplest form. You can do this. In your kit, you get all of your fabrics. This is another hard part of quilt making, or something that a lot of people struggle with, putting the colours together. Janet's done it. And you know exactly how the quilt's going to finish looking because it's hanging right behind Janet right this minute. There's the quilt you're going to make. Now, all of you that have got it in your basket, what are you waiting for? You've got all the fabric, you've got the foundations, you've got the pattern, you've got that gorgeous tote bag. You're ready to go. Wind your bobbins and get ready for a fabulous time.
Wind your bobbin up. Can you see? Right, I'm going to be, look, point out my mistakes. It's a tiny bit short at the top there, so I should probably have moved that a little bit further up.
Yeah.
But it's well into my seam allowance and my level of accuracy. I'm going to think, do you know what? That's fine. I've got enough to sew it in.
Yep.
So don't worry about it. But the main trick with the foundation piecing is you're not to rush. You've got to do it very methodically because you can't see what's going on under the machine.
Sure.
So set yourself up for success and just take your time.
Enjoy the process.
And enjoy the process.
A lovely message from Sandra, who's in Berkshire.
Ooh.
who's cute, who says, "Hi, Janet and Stuart. I've bought the kit and spare papers. Well done. Stunning quilt. What make is your rotary cutter? It looks comfy to use."
It's so old that the make has come off it.
I would say if you want to get an equivalent, a true cut.
True cut. This one is, you can turn it round so you can use it left-handed.
Oh.
It's got this little swivel, and I've had it years, and I do love it. And also, it's got a little handle so you can. And this is not an ad because I literally can't sell it to you because I don't know what it is.
No, we don't sell them. It's
but it's good.
It's
viscose.
But if you want the equivalent now that we do sell, it's True Cut, the True Cut rotary, ergonomic rotary cutter. I've got one. They're really, really lovely.
It makes a big difference to where you put the pressure on your wrist. And Tessa will tell you when she's cutting all the fabric for the kit, her wrist gets really tired.
Yep.
And it's not because the blade isn't sharp or anything. It's just that constant sort of stress down here.
Yeah. Carolyn has messaged in asking, Janet, is there a bit of goof added into the fabric requirements?
Yes.
Because she's afraid if she makes a mistake, she'll run out of fabric.
You would have to make multiple masses and masses of mistakes and then have thrown all of your fabric away to not be able to make the quilt.
There you go, Carolyn.
There's always a generous amount.
Brilliant. Generous amount of fabric. And you know, even if you've cut your fabric, sew it back together and recut it.
Don't throw it away. Just let that sort of warm, that warm sort of shame, I've been an idiot, sort of wash all over, and you think, no, I haven't, no, I haven't. My fabric is all here. It's not gone anywhere, and I can sew it back together. And all those vintage quilts, they would have had 3 or 4 seams to get that shape. They would have used every scrap.
Yeah, yeah. Brilliant, thank you. Right, here's your quilt kit. Everything in the kit to make the exact quilt that's hanging behind Janet. You've got your full instructions complete with colouring sheets, so you can make a future version with your scraps or totally different colours. You've also got a full pack of foundations, all professionally printed, plus some extras, so you don't even need to worry about how am I going to print the foundations. Those are included. All of your beautiful fabrics, these are all Janet Clare from Moda. These are all from the Longshore collection. You even get one of her exclusive autumn calico bags. You can't just buy these. You have to buy a kit to get one of these. It's an absolutely classically beautiful, timeless quilt. And it's 75 inches square. So it is a really beautiful size to use and love forever. Do check out your baskets if it's sitting there. It's not yours till you do. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, I mean, you know what I feel about this pattern. This is a brilliant one for using up your scraps. If you've got a collection of Janet Clare fabrics, brilliant. You can make something that looks similar to this. But equally, if you've got a fabulous collection of your other favourite designers' fabrics, and or solids, or you want to mix some Janet Clare, some solids.
Just play with it. And you've got the colouring sheets to help you.
Yeah.
And the maths are simple. Don't be scared of quilt maths. I know I say that because Tony always does the quilt maths, but it's not that complicated.
No.
It isn't that complicated.
No. Actually, when you've got a colouring sheet, you can then break it down into blocks. I do need to let you know, though, we've got fairly low double figures left of the pattern. This isn't one of our kind of, we've got limitless numbers, we'll just print more. We've got low double figures left of this pattern. If you want a copy, a physical copy, I would urge you to be quick. While we're talking about physical, let's talk about those papers, because I think this goes together like a horse and carriage. Frankly.
I had a funny conversation in America with the Texans. I was talking about everyone was at work when I got off the plane, so I had to get the coach to the station. And the girl went, "A coach? Do you mean with horses?" Yes, we're still living.
What did they call it there then? The bus?
The bus, I think.
The bus.
Yeah, but I think she thought we were still living in Victorian times.
Love it.
It was very funny.
Janet, I want to believe. I said to Janet last night, when Janet goes to her studio to paint, I imagine it very sort of Sense and Sensibility, you know, a gown, a turban, painting,
Butler
a small spaniel.
Butler in the corner just waiting. Yes.
Yeah, I
Very
imagine
like
you in
that.
a coach and four, to be fair. Now, these papers, lots of you have been, I don't know if it's taking my advice or you just had the same idea, but you're multi-buying these packs of foundations because, of course, you'll make your Janet Clare version, undoubtedly, it's gorgeous. But you might also make your Tula Pink True Colours version because this would look amazing done in really vibrant modern fabrics. It would look great in French General fabrics.
Yeah, anything
reds
classic.
And pink.
Yeah, yeah. Black and white. Black
But-
and white and a tonal.
We haven't got many left.
No.
We haven't got many left. We've got very low double figures. If you want the foundation papers, plenty for the whole 75-inch square quilt, plus a few extras. But multi-buy if you can, because this is going to be a quilt that you'll make again and again. You do need the pattern combined, so grab both of them. If you want a digital version of the pattern, then you can. You can print off your own foundations. Then go for this one. It's $9.99, instant payment, instant download. And if you're not buying anything else today, you don't pay any P&P. Okay? No P&P on this. Even though it says $4.95, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And of course, with that colouring sheet as well, you can do a smaller version, maybe 4 blocks together and recolour it. Why not go for a kit? For $224.99, this is a lot for your money. You've got every fabric, and as Janet said, generous amounts, kind of goof-proof amounts of fabric. I love that
Don't
phrase.
throw it away. Sew it together.
Sew it back together.
Sew it back together.
Honestly, I'm going to start pointing out on my quilts, Janet, where the joins are, because I'm sure that people look at all of our quilts and think there's no mistake, or it's not even a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
If I've got 2 bits of fabric this length and I need a piece this length, I'm not cutting, even if I've got yardage, I'm going to sew those 2 pieces together.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to use them as patchwork.
Yes.
You get loads of fabric. It's all gorgeous. It's all from Moda, Long Short by Janet Clare. You get your full paper pattern with your colouring sheets and your master copies of the foundations. You also get a full pack of foundations with your templates should you choose to go that route. You don't need to. Lots of my remaining stock is in baskets. Do check out, won't you? And you get your beautiful calico bag. Janet, did I see you make one of these up or one of the other into a beautiful cushion?
I made a cushion and a little zipper pouch, zipper pouch. And I've also been putting borders around because I think that's the 4th one. And so we started, you could make a quilt. If you buy enough kits and you wait for enough years, you could make a quilt from them.
I have an idea for you, which I will share with you in the break for something I want Janet Clare to start producing for shows.
Exciting.
I won't tell you yet what it is, but I think you'll like it too. I've just had an idea.
Excellent.
When the muse visits, Janet.
Don't ignore her.
Don't ignore her. Don't ignore her. This is glorious. And, you know, it's classic. I mean, you know I love my blue and cream and tan quilts anyway. I could make them and nothing else for the rest of my life and be quite happy, but they are classics. They are classics. Now, I just want to mention quickly as well, the Add a Quarter ruler pack. I've just discovered what the other side of the ruler's for. Well, every day's a school day. There's no shame in that.
This is Add a Quarter Plus.
Yes.
Yes, and the plus is the add-on because they realised that would be a really lovely feature to put on.
Amazing, yeah. So actually you get 2 different sizes of ruler. You do need 2 different sizes of ruler. You've got the 2-inch by 12-inch. This is for your larger blocks. It's also really useful when you're doing like a long diagonal. Because often, even on a smaller block, that long diagonal is longer than you think.
It is.
The other one is 2 inches by 6 inches. This is perfect when you're doing your general foundation piecing. A smaller ruler is quicker and easier to manoeuvre than the longer. So it's great to have both. You make a saving and it's $24.99.
Yeah, they're good. Really very useful. And sorry, I forgot to mention that, Hannah. You would have had time to put it up this morning.
Don't worry, don't worry.
She got it there in the end. So that's brilliant.
Janet, in our eyes, you can do nothing wrong.
I know.
Thank you also for using the Brother FS 140.
Well,
How
it's
did you
lovely.
find it?
lovely. Everything was where I expected it to be. It responded very easily and smoothly to what I asked it to do. And sewing machines are like driving somebody else's car. And honestly, that was very comfortable. I don't know where the window wipers are, but we would work all of that out. And as I say, everything was very clear to find. The buttons made sense.
Great.
Lovely.
I love it when the buttons make sense, Janet.
The buttons make sense. You just want things to be where you expect them to be.
I think so.
And the nice steady table. Great.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, in this hour, we were supposed to have both of these gorgeous packs for making these beautiful zipped pouches, but everyone was enjoying Polestar so much that we're moving these into Janet's second hour at 11 o'clock.
Fair enough.
You've got every opportunity now, and I'm going to give you fair chance. Go to our website. You can make 5 different zipped pouches, all with different techniques. These are brilliant packs. Have a look on the website, order yours now, and we'll ask Janet if she'll do a bit of a demo on these in her second hour. But we've got loads of other gorgeous Janet Clare products coming up at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Janet, you're a dreamboat. It's been a wonderful hour.
Thank you so much.
Go and have a lovely
I'll
relax
go and make
and
a cup of
rest.
tea.
Yeah, cup of peppermint tea, I believe.
Peppermint tea.
Anyway, I'll see you after the break.
Get crafty this Christmas with SewingStreet. We're calling all makers and stitchers to create a festive decoration for our SewingStreet Christmas tree and your chance to win £20 SewingStreet credit. To enter, use any soft craft technique you love. Quilting, embroidery, crochet, knitting, patchwork and more. Your decoration should be around 4 inches and bursting with Christmas cheer. We'll pick 24 winners, announced daily from the 1st to the 24th of December. Each winner gets £20 credit and their decoration will shine on our on-set Christmas tree. Send your entry to SewingStreet, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, North Industrial Estate, Redditch, Worcestershire, B98 9HF. Make sure to include a note of your name and contact details. Entries close 21st of November. Get crafting and good luck.
Hi everyone, I'm back on SewingStreet on Thursday the 23rd of October. Gosh, doesn't time fly. When we'll be doing the final applique panel in How Many Sew, so it's the 2 girls skipping. And then there are a number of folded flying geese to be made. So we have ones going up the way and ones going across the way. Also, thinking along the lines of Christmas presents, we're going to demo a new book cover. This is a hair book cover. There's some applique and some hand stitching. And I'm doing a second hour, and that is going to be full on Christmas.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Inspirational.
Exciting.
It's a good day out.
This is one of the best shows to come to because you have so many wonderful people, so many suppliers, and everything in one place, really.
The access of being able to get the things that might not be able to get easily at home.
Good value, yeah. Got a good few deals already.
I like doing the workshops that you want to try before you invest, like the glass ones or the polymer clay.
There's a lot of fun, there's a lot of laughter in the building.
One time we just thought, oh, we'll just give it a try. And we've been coming back year after year.
It's been an unmovable date in our calendar.
Oh, hello. Just having a bit of a sit down because this weekend is going to be manic. 5 years I've been at this place, I know, and we're celebrating. We've got Sarah from White Gecko Lounge. She's got a special competition for you. We've got the return of Joe Carter. We've got Amber Makes. We've got so much going on. But remember, on the Saturday night/Sunday morning, the clocks go back. And what they're doing, making us do an extra hour. So you've got 6 hours of me this weekend. So make sure you tune in and join me to celebrate my 5th anniversary.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Now, I genuinely had no idea. There's been a lot of that this week. I didn't know we were having this. We are launching the brand new palette collection from Tim Holtz. This is palette charcoal. This is glorious, isn't it? I've just looked at my stock levels and they are not what I was expecting. You've been very busy this morning, haven't you? And we're crashing the price. If you've already bought this, most of my stock is gone already, but we're actually taking off half a metre. You should be paying £89.99 for this. You're going to pay £80.91. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much, Hannah. This is gorgeous. 10 brand new fabrics from Tim Holtz palette collection. I want to grab this because I love these guys. Look here. I mean, happy in their work, definitely. I think that's just a brilliant picture. I mean, they're looking very serious. These two, they look like a giggle, don't you think? I know they are. They're trying their best not to start giggling. I am absolutely convinced of that. This young man here, looking very proud in his uniform. I love these fabrics so much. I love these fabrics so much. There's only 8 of these bundles left now. I was expecting us to start with about 50. We have got 8 left, I'm afraid. So you've got your photo montage. You've also got your all-important stamps on charcoal. That's going in the collection. Beautiful. You've got this fabulous, almost like sort of granite or stone texture. Gorgeous. Bingo cards. These have popped up a couple of times. They're in the green palette collection as well. I will open these out and show you them in more detail very shortly. There's a fabulous map. Isn't it wonderful how this has been done almost as a negative? This is a place called Lockport, by the way. I'm just going to throw that in Buffalo. They're in America. Lake Erie. Oh, isn't Lake Erie, isn't that in Canada? Oh, I don't know. Mike, I just embarrassed myself again. I've no idea. I've no idea. I'm just going to shut up. Right, there's that. Oh, but then look at this. We've got the script. This is stunning. Absolutely stunning. I want meters and meters and meters of that. Good news is you can get some meters of it if you want to. These fabrics are available by the half meter, but if we've got any left, I don't know. We'll see that in a second. This one too, the typography. I just, so many times I could use that. Gotcha. Sandy Middleship Masoki just launched a pattern for a book jacket and pen holder that would look so amazing in these prints. This architectural print is stunning. These prints have got a really fabulous kind of, they've got a neutrality to them, but also there actually is a lot of colour in there. It's just a very kind of stone and charcoal palette. This is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Almost like a sort of copper plate engraved design there. And then those fantastic bus tickets. Again, it's charcoal, but you've got quite a lot of kind of that browny, greyish colour almost. Just stunning. Vintage, but also has a gorgeously kind of fresh look to it. You're getting all 10 fabrics in your mega bundle. I do only have 6 of these bundles left. These fabrics always sell, at least some of them, most of them, sell out by the half metre, which means that we can't rebundle. So if you want to get all 10 fabrics, even if there's particular few there, best value is in the bundle because you're getting half a metre completely free. You're paying £80.91. Instead of the full price of £89.90. Now remember, this is launching today. This is brand new. So to get money off on launch day, I think is always absolutely brilliant. Be quick on that. I've less than a handful now. We're going to do them by the half metre. Let's start with the stamps. Steph says, I adore Tim Holtz, and when I was into paper crafting, anything with script, sepia tones, old photos, it will go with anything that I would treat as a blender. Yeah, totally get it. There's your stamps, £8.99 a half metre. Now at the moment I've got 7.5 metres of this fabric left. This would be brilliant for bag making, the style in particular, I think, bag making, book jackets, purses, wallets, things like that. If you've got my latest book, Make 100 Bags, you could make so many fantastic versions using these fabrics. Very smart, very sophisticated. Equally, if you've got Bags for Life, my earlier bag book, again, these would work so well. All of the bags in both books work with quilt weight cotton. So that's your stamps. I'd be getting at least a metre of that, half to use and half to keep. Next up, I'm going to grab the map. Quarter of the stock's already gone. I've just got 7 metres left in total. Isn't it cool though, the way the colour's been flipped, so it's like a negative, the dark background and the light words and roads, that kind of thing. You're all checking out your baskets really quickly on this. If you were watching yesterday when I launched the purple palette, literally that was selling out in front of our very eyes, every single fabric. It was just flying out. You're being really quick today and checking out your baskets, which is a very good thing. It means you're getting exactly the fabric you want. And I love the way it's sort of almost like photo montage all layered up there. It looks great. Right, let's go to the script fabric next. This is definitely one I want meters and meters of. This one I've literally got, thread all over me. This one I've only got 3.5 meters left. This has been flying out. It just, as a background fabric, as a, you know, for piecing with other bolder fabrics, it's amazing. Gorgeous background for applique as well. It's visually so interesting, but also soft and subtle. There is 3 meters left, way more in baskets. And what we can't see is how much you're going to buy. We can see the number of customers with it in their baskets, but not how much you're buying. So if somebody comes along and wants 2.5 meters, it's gone. I've got 0.5 meter left. If you're quick, it's yours. Okay. Right, next up, let's go for typography. Oh, sorry, go on. Yep. We'll do typography and then we'll do architecture. Right, here's the typography. Absolutely adore that. Adore that. Do you know, I think that would be so cool for dressmaking. Especially if you were like a librarian or an English teacher, or, do you know what I mean? If you're a wordsmith, a writer maybe, an author, a journalist. There's 3.5 meters left. We can't rebundle, by the way. That mega bundle we cannot redo because we have sold out of some of the fabrics. The script fabric has sold out. The typography, there's 2.5 meters left. How many baskets, Hannah? Oh, okay, 2 meters left. 5 customers with that in their baskets. So I'll move on. Let's do architecture next. This is glorious. We'll give you the details. Oh, it's sold out. Well done. Well done. It's lovely, isn't it? Really gorgeous. Let's do the photo montage next. So this is one, every collection has a photo montage, but they're all different. They're all different photographs. And again, this is one I think that's really cool to collect, mix and match. This one offers a lot of opportunities for colouring in, using Inktense, inks, fabric paints, that kind of thing, even crayons, because it is just sepia and black and white. So again, I think something like a notice board or a memo board would look really cool in this. Liz has got in touch to say, I bought my 3 favourites at 8 o'clock this morning. The script, the typography and the architecture. I'm glad I bought early. Oh, you did right, Liz. You did right. 6 meters of this left. So if you want this for a larger project, you're okay at the moment, but I still wouldn't hang about because I've now only got 5 meters left. That's how quickly my stock can change. I'll just show you what you get on 0.5 meter. There's a lot there, isn't there? Brilliant. Last few chances remaining on that. Way oversubscribed, of course. But it doesn't mean you can't get involved. If you're quick, in your basket and check straight out, it's yours. Shall we do the insects next? I think this is a really cool fabric. Kind of moths, this one, isn't it? Like a moth to a flame. Do you know, I think a lampshade cover in this would be awesome. Really smart. You can get those drum lampshade kits. Probably take you about 20 minutes to make a lampshade cover using one of those kits. You'd have something very special. 0.5 meter would do it. $8.99. You'd pay a fortune if you went to buy it, even if you could find it. Very cool. Also as well, don't forget you could colour this too. You could ice dye this or tie dye it. It's 100% cotton. If you want to add some colour, you absolutely can. Oh, a lining, a formal black jacket or waistcoat with this as the lining. Very cool. Or maybe like if you're doing like a black tie event, to make a waistcoat with this on the back, so that when you take your jacket off and you're on the dance floor, there you go, bit of personality. Yeah, it's very, very cool. This would also be really lovely, cut out pieces and frame them if you want to do some really easy art. What about adding some embroidery, some beading? And as I say, Inktense pencils, get in there, add some colour, either very precise or watercolour. Now we do only have 6 meters of this left. If you want the moths, if you're attracted to them like a moth to a flame. Now let's do the kind of stone texture. These are so useful. If you want a dark background for your piecing and you don't want a harsh solid black, but you want a dark dramatic background, this is your background, perfect. But equally, this would make a really fantastic accent colour in a quilt. So maybe things like a flange, a border, sashings. Your binding would look really good in this too. And if I'm buying binding fabric speculatively, if I'm going to be making a double quilt plus, then I'm going to buy a metre. If I'm only going to be making small things like maybe a table runner, some placemats, I'm probably still going to buy a metre, because by the time you've bound 4 placemats and a table runner, you'll use a metre. If you're just making a cushion or 2, half a metre, fine. But I think that's absolutely stunning. And I love that golden tan shade in there. I'm just going to grab a different range of fabric. This is coming up, but I just want to show you, if I was going to, I mean, this is not the same style at all, is it? But because we've got this texture and we've got this would be an amazing complementary fabric for this. So don't just think it's all Tim Holtz or it's nothing, because that's just not true. Last few chances on this one. Bingo tickets next. Stepped on a sticker. Every time I moved my foot, I could hear. Right, I'll just open out this fabric so we can have a look while Hannah has a little look at the graphics. Yeah, no worries. Right, so this is the bingo cards. I went to a bingo hall for the very first time last year with my lovely friends Deanie and Sue and lots of other friends from Bridlington. I was over there teaching workshops and we went to a bingo hall. I had the best time. It was so much fun. And there was one point where it all links up with bingo halls around the country, and I needed one number to win. It was something like about £70,000, and the whole hall was looking at me. Somebody else got it. But this is your bingo cards. Here are your bingo cards. We're just having a slight issue with putting the graphics up. We should be okay in a second. There we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hurrah! There we go. This is called number. Number. This would make great to cut borders from. Personally, I would cut them this away, okay, like this, and then I'm not trying to cut straight lines, you know. I can be a little bit more free and easy with my cutting. If you do have somebody in the family that enjoys going and playing bingo, perfect. But also really smart fabric. $8.99 for a half metre, and remember it's cut to order. So if you want a metre, for example, someone's just checked out on a metre of that, That's just 2 units and it'll be cut to order. Okay, the last fabric in the collection is the bus tickets and the tram tickets and possibly the cinema tickets. I remember going to the cinema when it was tickets like this. And on the bus, to be honest. £8.99. I've only got 7.5 metres of that. I do love that there is just a touch of very, very soft red in there where the tickets have been stamped. It's so soft and subtle, you can't really see it. I like good for refreshment. Thank you, yes please. Admit one. The Grand Opera House, that sounds very, very me. The Market Square Theatre. Keep this ticket. Keep this ticket. It's brilliant. 6 metres of that one left and then it's gone too. The mega bundle, do we have any left? Oh, okay. How many in baskets? Right. There's about nearly 10 of you with this in your basket. I've got 3 bundles left. Now, keep in mind that some of these fabrics on their own have sold out. We cannot remake this bundle because some of the individual fabrics have sold out. Typography's sold out, script sold out. The stamps, I suspect, is sold out as well. The map possibly. But anyway, we can't remake the bundle. There are 3 opportunities left. And loads of you with this in your basket. So if you want that, loads more of putting it in baskets too, which is great. Just remember to check out, this is your final call to check out your basket on the brand new Tim Holtz Eclectic Elements palette, charcoal colourway. There is a rainbow colourway coming up, and I think that the charcoal and the rainbow together would be magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Right, last couple of chances now, massively oversubscribed. It is literally down to the fastest finger now. I've got 2 bundles left, and when this is gone, we will not be remaking this bundle. We won't be able to because we've actually sold out of some of the component parts, some of those fabrics, which is annoying because I would have loved to have done a quilt with this collection, but that will not happen. Last 2 chances, loads of them in baskets. Right, now, if you love all things Tim Holtz, you might like to get yourself a little bit of backing fabric. Now this is an extra wide, it's 108 inches wide backing fabric from Tim Holtz. This is called Botanical. And it is absolutely gorgeous. A sort of collection of vintage botanical illustrations. There's cacti, there's roses, lilacs, camellias, passion flower. Really pretty. It's 108 inches wide or 274 centimetres. Now you could make your own pillowcases, table runner. You could do a bed runner, actually would be lovely. You could do a whole cloth quilt with this. If you wanted to layer this up with wadding and backing, you could mark a 2 or 3 inch crosshatch across the surface and then quilt it and then bind the edges. If you just want a really simple, beautiful bedspread, you can also use these to make things like duvet covers, but also think outside the box. It's 100% cotton fabric that's 108 inches wide. So absolutely ideal for things like dressmaking. And you will of course need a lot less fabric to make your pattern up than you would. Do you know, I think a sort of quite smart tailored blazer or jacket in this fabric would be amazing with a sort of burnt orange satin lining. Can you imagine? Really stunning. Also really good for home decor. Curtains, cushions. Yeah, loads and loads of different ways that you can use this fabric. Love that. We are having a few little sticking issues with graphics today, so apologies if we're sticking on one thing. We will be moving on. What I have got coming up are some gorgeous poplin stripes. Don't forget as well, you can always go onto the website or call the call centre if there's something you've spotted. Shop ahead. You don't have to wait for us. You don't have to wait till we get to it. These are coming up next, these gorgeous poplin stripes. You know I'm going to pick the black and white one first of all and start with that because this is my absolute go-to, particularly for bindings and sashings and bag making. It is a brilliant, brilliant fabric for working with. Oh, you're having terrible problems, Hannah. Oh. Okay. What would you like me to do? Let's talk stripes. Okay. We'll put graphics in when we can, but you can always go onto the website. Now, apologies if this is making your TV go a bit funny, but it is worth it to see these gorgeous stripes. This is cotton poplin, okay? So it's still 100% cotton. It's a very slightly lighter weight than quilt weight cotton. Totally stable. It's not stretchy or floaty or anything like that. It's still completely stable. So you can mix and match this with quilt weight cotton to your heart's content. I think it comes into its own as a quilt binding. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab some black fat. That as a binding on a quilt, absolutely magnificent. If you're working with something like Tula Pink, if you're working with K Facet or brights, modern fabrics, anything like that, these stripes are going to look incredible. Also looks really cool as a binding along a pocket top, either on a bag or on dressmaking. Your stripes are approximately 1/4 of an inch wide, probably more like 3/8 of an inch wide. And also the fabric itself is wider than quilt weight cotton. I'll show you there. Ooh. There we go. In terms of the width, I am not 100% sure, but we will find out. I think it's probably 50 or 54 inches wide, but we will just check that. But this is really worth getting in advance. Brilliant, as I say, for binding quilts. Yeah, fabulous. That's the black and white. It's 112 inches, 112 centimeters wide. Thank you. Okay. There is going to be a little crash on this as well. I would just say, shop ahead on the web. We're having some technical issues. We can't put graphics up at the moment, but I'm still going to show you these striped cotton fabrics because it's well worth shopping on the web to get these. So next up, I've got navy and white. I'm just going to bring the black in again for a second so you can just see the difference. So the navy is a really nice dark navy with a nice crisp white. Anything nautical is going to look great. If you don't want as dark as black and white, navy and white, fab. I would use this very much in bag making because I think sort of navies and tans, great for fashion as well. You can dress make with this, of course. I think a nice shirtwaisted dress in a navy and white stripe with a lovely kind of maybe like a tan leather belt. Gorgeous. Again, it's 100% cotton poplin, so just that very slightly lighter weight cotton than a quilt weight, but you can absolutely mix and match the two together, and you do not need to do anything to this fabric to work with it with quilt weight cotton. You don't need to interface it or put anything on the back to make it heavier. Okay, you can just use it as is. Right, talking of blues, you want me to stay on this, Hannah? Let's move on. Yeah, let's go back to black and white for sure. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Right, we're back in business, I think, everyone. There you go. Right, $4.99. I don't think so. $3.99 a half metre. I mean, stock up would be my advice. Stock up, because it's such a useful fabric, fabulous for things like sashings in between quilt blocks. If you were using all of your brights and your solids to create quilt blocks, perhaps with white background or black background, and then this for your sashings around your blocks, put some nice brightly coloured scrappy cornerstones in a border, and then bind it with this. That is a knockout quilt. Now, over 40 of you have this in your baskets, and I think it's pretty fair to say that the vast majority of you are going to be buying at least a metre, if not 1.5 meters or 2 meters of this, so that you've got a decent little stash. You know this is going to work in so many applications. I wouldn't just buy enough for one project out of this. I would stock up. Now, that does mean that my remaining stock at the moment, it's a healthy stock, but not if everybody wants to buy 2 or 3 meters. And the numbers are dropping rapidly. So what would I do? Well, I think this would be such a fantastic sashing fabric. I'd get 1.5 meters for sashing a quilt. Then I'm going to buy 1 meter as a binding fabric. That's going to give me enough perhaps to do a queen size, double or queen size quilt with sashings. And so we're talking about 2.5 meters there. Now, actually, I'm also going to use this for bag making, but maybe only as a binding around the top or pocket binding, so an extra half. So I think if it was me, I would go for 3 meters. Now, that 3 meters or 6 units is going to save you £6. And your total price to buy 3 meters is only going to be, what, under £24 for 3 meters. Remember, this is wider than regular width quilt weight cotton. It's 125 centimeters, I think, wide. Great value, 100% cotton poplin, 112 centimetres is it? So what is that, 44 then? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that is regular width. I beg your pardon. We were without the graphic. Well, sometimes there is one that's wider. Okay, my apologies. So this is a regular width, 42 to 44 inches wide. There was a lot going on. I apologise for that. But to be fair, even at that, it is incredibly good value. Incredibly good value. Over 40 of you with this in your basket. I think the previous 40 have already checked out their baskets. This is a whole new group of customers. This black and white stripe is flying out. I think, didn't Rebecca Reed use the stripe in her velvet and calico quilts? She used it for the binding. She used it for the binding, and it created such a gorgeous, fresh, modern look. It was absolutely stunning, stunning. Now, way over half my original stock has gone and been checked out. There are, what, about 50 of you with this in baskets now. And if you're all buying 1 meter, I do not have enough for you all by any means. Okay, I'm going to pop that to one side and grab the navy. $3.99 a half metre. Half the stock's already gone. This is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm thinking, you know, mixing this with cork, zippy bags, beach bags, a travel bag, a whole set. If you want to make it really nautical, pop a few little red covered buttons as a little pop of extra colour. Use rope for the handles, eyelets, poke the rope through and knot it. You've got some gorgeous beach bags there. Fabulous value at $3.99 a half metre. We are down to our last bolt and a half of that. You'll need to be quick. Right, also fabulous for dressmaking. Really good actually for shirt making, because quilt weight cotton, although it's suitable for shirt making, it's a little bit heavy for a shirt. This is poplin, so this is absolutely perfect. This is definitely giving me kind of yacht club, smart, you know, meeting in the city fresh, or just that lovely kind of feeling lovely and fresh, pair of jeans, a shirt or blouse in this. Really lovely. Tan accessories probably, and you're away. Also really beautiful, again, for a kind of beach look, something classic. Really nice bathroom projects, that lovely fresh blue and white as well. What about making some pyjama bottoms or pyjamas or a dressing gown? Lovely. Also, this would look great for kitchen accessories. Maybe a little bit of apron going on there. A little bit of apron going on. I love them. I love them. They're one of those fabrics that I would dare to call a utility fabric, because they're kind of such workhorses. They do so much hard work and they're so useful across a wide range of projects. Now this one, so pretty and soft. It's a really soft, like chambray blue. I'm just going to flip that over. I love that. Pyjama bottoms, definitely. Dressing gown, 100%. But also, I think this would be lovely for shirt making, dressmaking, lining bags. I would use it for the outside of bags, but because it's very, very light, very soft and pale, I suppose a lot of bags, I always think about cleanliness and they get a lot of hard wear, but maybe for the lining, amazing. Gorgeous, ½ metre, £3.99. These are really worth stocking up on. You could also do an absolutely gorgeous quilt using a variety of stripes. You could use the light blue, the mid blue and the navy and actually create a quilt. Imagine diamonds cut, the kaleidoscope effects that you would get. Or even sewing 4 squares together. Last one then, full-on nautical red and white stripe, but not exclusively by any means. Beautiful. Loads of my stock's already gone on this. A lot of my stock's already gone. But you know, how's that for a gorgeous combination? It might be the binding, it might be piecing, it could be borders on a quilt. It's just fab, isn't it? Love, love, love a stripe. 100% cotton, poplin weight, so it's just touch lighter than regular quilt weight cotton, which makes it incredibly useful and versatile. Lovely for dressmaking, as well as quilting, patchwork, home decor, you name it. You can even make light upholstery or light drapes with it too. Very nice if you've got a kind of nautical inspired. That just all looks very nautical to me. Yummy. Okay, stripe. Stripe. Now, we launched the brand new Eliso irons with John on Tuesday last week. And in less than a week, our entire stock completely sold out. Yesterday, I gave the sad news that it had all sold out. However, I got great news. Could I have the tin as well, please? I got great news that we had got some extra stock in stock yesterday. It arrived yesterday while I was on air. So we've got this. It's the Eliso Mini Project Iron. An absolutely fantastic bit of kit, this. You have got a really large water reservoir, easy to access, with or without steam. You've got 3 different settings of heat, 1, 2 and 3. 3 is your hottest. You've also got a light on the front. You've also got these buttons at the side. Press this one while you're ironing and you'll get a blast of steam from the front of your iron. Press this one while you're ironing and you'll get a blast of steam from the back. And if you press them both together, then obviously the whole thing will steam. You can change the position of the cord from this side to this side super easily. It's a couple of screws, lift, twist, push back down and put the screws back in and you're done. You've also got a 1.9 metre cable, which means it's not mini at all, is it? It's giving you all the functionality of a big iron. $29.99 to get it home on split pay. Now the iron also comes with a brilliant silicone mat, okay? Coloured the same, love that, love the decal. With this, when you're using your iron, pop it on top as your iron rest. When you've finished for the day, you can actually slip, even on the hottest setting. Obviously, don't burn your hands doing that, be careful. But it's not going to damage the sole plate. Now, you can hang your iron on there, on the wall if you want to. You can also pack your iron away, and that's going to contain the heat. You've also got a fabulous K-facet tin, which your iron will come in. You can't buy these on their own, I'm afraid. I wish you could, but you get that included. Now, John did an interview with Kate at Festival of Quilts, I believe. We'll play that during the break. That's coming up in just a few short minutes. But before all of that, we've got more fabulous things to show you. Right, one of my favourite products. This is batting seam tape. This has got me out of many scrapes, many scrapes. If you've got my We Love Quilting Volume 1, I actually talk about batting seam tape there as a way of making what I call frankenbatting, where you can splice together your offcuts of wadding, basically, that you thought were, you know, stuff you'd just throw away. And suddenly you can make yourself a double, queen, king-size batting out of all your, what you thought were useless, scraps. Literally what you've got in here is a fine web, if you like. It's almost like net curtain, if I was to describe it as something. It's almost like net curtain, but it's got a fusible on one side. And what you're going to do is you're going to get your 2 pieces of wadding, okay, cut them either into a nice straight line or overlap them by about 1 inch. Cut a gently curving line through with a rotary cutter or scissors, and then remove just the little offcuts and use them for stuffing. I find a gently curving line butts together more invisibly than a straight line, but you can do either. Once you've got the edges of your 2 pieces of batting butted together, now you don't want them overlapping or you'll end up with a ridge. Butt them together, lay that tape over the top. If we can just show that picture again, please. Put the batting tape over the top and then iron it in place. The fusible obviously is facing down. Now, my top tip would be don't follow that picture, follow my instructions and actually put a pressing cloth. It could just be a piece of calico or cotton or a tea towel over the top and iron. Because I don't like ironing batting or this batting tape really. I will fuse through a pressing cloth. If you've got millwood applique sheet, you could iron through that as well. It will just protect the surface and then iron it in place. You don't need to put the tape on both sides. One side is enough and then layer up your quilt as before. Now you can use little bits and bobs, join them together into pieces, then join those pieces, and you can make a king-size quilt batting out of all your scraps. You get just over 9 meters in the pack. It's also really useful if you want to use little bits, say, for like bag making, and you want to be able to join those bits together. I don't recommend stitching batting together. I know some people say butt it together and do a zigzag. Your zigzag stitching depresses the surface of the wadding on the front and the back. You will get a visible dip in your quilt where those lines of stitching run, even though they're sort of inside the quilt. So I don't recommend that you stitch them together. You can hand stitch them together, but that involves butting them together and then doing a feather stitch from one side to the other. That is a lot of work and a lot of time, but it is possible. The batting tape is fast, accurate, stable. It works. And for £10.99, it could put all of your scraps of batting that you don't want to throw away to better use. Now, the other way you can use this is if you need, say, something like a crib-sized wadding, you would say that's 60 by 80. You would need to buy 60, hang on, just let me just, I'm doing maths in my head and I've got to just one thing. If you wanted to do a crib-sized quilt, right, which is, say, 40 by 60, for example, excuse me, you need a touch over ½ metre of wadding in order to make that. So you'd end up buying a metre of wadding, okay? If you buy ½ metre of wadding, you can then cut it, switch it around, splice it together. Now you've got for ½ metre instead of buying a metre. So for half the wadding, you can make your crib-size batting. Does that make sense? Okay, right. 80-20. 80-20. This is ½ metre of 80-20 wadding. No, there's no bag. There's no bag. Everything's been put out without bags apart from one of them. And this one is cotton blend, 80-20, ending 06. Should we do this one then? 06. Okay, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. My go-to batting. The vast majority of my quilts have 80-20 in the middle of them. Sometimes called wadding, sometimes called batting. The names are interchangeable. It means the same thing. Okay, the graphics are broken again, I'm afraid, everyone. So, if you want to grab this, now width-wise, this is, doesn't even say on the bag how wide this is. Okay. This one is about to sell out. Have a look on the website. Sorry about this, everybody. Okay, this is 315 centimetres wide, so that's our Super King. This is our Super King size. The other size, 228, is your double or queen. That's got stock. The extra wide one is close to selling out. But this, again, really good value. If you buy this in conjunction with the batting tape, then you can cut this in half, splice it together, and you're going to end up with a really good throw-sized quilt wadding for the price of ½ metre of wadding, plus a little bit of tape that joins the two together. So this isn't just for joining your offcuts. It can also make better use. It's a bit like a fat quarter is more useful than a long quarter for quilters. A long ½ metre of wadding is only really useful for things like cushions or table runners. Whereas if you splice it together, it's almost like turning into the fat quarter equivalent. Can I have some water, please? Okay. Right, we've also got some polyester wadding, 2 different widths. Ah, now then, we've solved the mystery, Millie, of why there were 2 polyesters, because they're different widths. But I don't need to show you the 2 different widths because I can tell you what they are. This is the wider, this is 315 centimetres. Now, there was a time when I would have turned my nose up at polyester wadding. Back in the day when it was about this thick and really springy and really slippery and not nice at all. This is like, well, it's like getting a cotton wadding, but one that won't shrink at all, that is completely stable, supremely washable, amazing value for money, really, really good option. It drapes really nicely. It will make a lovely quilt and nice and warm as well. It's a great option. Yeah, I had never used polyester wadding before joining SewingStreet. And I did a sort of road test of all of the different waddings that we do. And actually, our polyester wadding, in my personal, you know, experiment, if you like, was joint winner. And I was so surprised at that. It came out as joint winner because it quilted beautifully. The polyester has a lovely bounce to it. Even though it's thin, it has a lovely bounce to it, so your quilting shows up beautifully. When I washed, I long-armed some sections, cut them in half, washed one half, and then compared the two. The polyester original and washed were identical. They hadn't changed at all in the washing process. There was no puckering, there was no shrinkage, it was totally stable. I mean, they just worked beautifully. So, yeah, and I think for price and for convenience, for washability and great results, it is definitely worth giving our polyester wadding a try. And I totally get if you have always turned your nose up at polyester wadding. I get it. That was me for a very, very long time. And I wouldn't have used one of the old style polyester waddings. But this is a totally different ball game. Why not grab yourself half a metre and give it a try? So that's our 315 wide. We also do this in a 2 to 5 width. Now you can absolutely use the batting seam tape with your polyester battings. Again, I absolutely insist that you use a pressing cloth when you're doing this to protect your wadding, your batting tape and your iron. Piece of calico is fine, tea towel, piece of plain fabric, absolutely fine. On polyester wadding, I would use a lower setting of iron, maybe a 1 or a 2, and I would be prepared to spend just a little longer in the pressing process because it might just take slightly longer for the batting tape to bond. But yeah, you can absolutely use these two together and make a great combination. That's your batting seam tape in the graphics. And then if we could just go back to the polyester, this is the, it's a fraction under 90 inches wide. It's a fraction under 90 inches wide. This is also really, really good for bag making as well, actually, where you want just a wadded, so you want it softly structured. And polyester actually is a little better than cotton or an 80-20 for bag making for structure because the polyester is slightly less drapey than cotton or cotton blend. If you want a very drapey, vintage looking quilt, don't use polyester, use 100% cotton. Will give you a very drapey vintage look. Yeah. I'm just going to grab the poplin stripes again. So, do we have any of the black left? Okay. Black first, 399.5 metre. Just the last few bits of that. Navy sold out. The mid-tone blue, gorgeous. Really like a shirt in that. It's beautiful. Beautiful. £3.99 a half metre. Royal stripes. That sounds very me. Love it. Pyjamas, a shirt, lounge trousers. Really pretty, this soft, almost powder blue. This would also be gorgeous to back a baby quilt with, because it's nice and light. Napkins would be lovely and smart in any of these. And then the last one was that beautiful, proper red and white stripe. That's going to sell out too. Very, very busy for the red and white. We had so many things that we didn't get to. But it's been a fun hour, and thank you for bearing with our little technical glitches. Now, after the break, if you want an absolute beginner-friendly, never made a quilt before, Janet Clare design, you're in luck, because we've got this beauty, and we've also got this beauty, and this beauty coming up in the next hour. You didn't show the pouches. I'll see you after the break. Take care.
You don't just do fabrics and things like that. Yeah. I believe you got an iron coming out.
Yes, that was very exciting because, you know, there was this iron company and they had a wonderful iron that when you left it down, it didn't burn a hole in your shirt. It jumped up, and so you could just leave it, and it's the most wonderful iron. But it was in this kind of beige color, and it was not exciting to me. And when I was able to put my colors onto that and my pattern, and then do a little tin box for the small version of the iron to go in, and then do a tea towel, and all of these different things that was able to design, that's my heaven. I just love it. You know, to make something special, that you open this iron box and you take all these things and you've got some, and even the cover of the ironing board we were able to do with a wonderful stripe and a wonderful blue color. So it's exciting. And Aliso irons, they're very, very lovely. I mean, we use one all the time.
I can't wait to see these. And the fact that you can bring joy into an ironing, things that most people hate, an ironing board cover, an iron, and things like that. A tea towel, drying the dishes.
And that influence comes from going to someplace like Scandinavia or Japan, where everything that people used in the old days was something beautiful. You know, a wooden spoon that you stirred the porridge with would have a beautiful decoration or carving on it. And you know, the pillows would have little beautiful silk ribbons around the edges, and all of that kind of thing I pick up on when I go around traveling and I go to these museums and see the way that they did things in the past, where everything had a decoration and a sort of dance of color.
We've lost so much of that, haven't we, in the rush to get on with life and everything like that. And it's lovely that you still uphold the well, it's not traditional, is it, because of the way you put things together, but your whole colour. And
I'm very happy to be called a traditional
quilter. Okay.
Yeah, because I use very basic shapes that you see in traditional quilts. Because if you're using wonderful colors and patterns, you don't need fancy shapes.
Let the fabric and the color tell the story.
And very, very simple to sew together. I love that.
Hi everyone, I'm back on SewingStreet on Thursday the 23rd of October. Gosh, doesn't time fly. When we'll be doing the final applique panel in How Many Sew, so it's the two girls skipping. And then there are a number of folded flying geese to be made. So we have ones going up the way and ones going across the way. Also, thinking along the lines of Christmas presents, we're going to demo a new book cover. This is a hair book cover. There's some applique and some hand stitching. And I'm doing a second hour, and that is going to be full on Christmas.
Get crafty this Christmas with SewingStreet. We're calling all makers and stitchers to create a festive decoration for our SewingStreet Christmas tree and your chance to win £20 SewingStreet credit. To enter, use any soft craft technique you love. Quilting, embroidery, crochet, knitting, patchwork and more. Your decoration should be around 4 inches and bursting with Christmas cheer. We'll pick 24 winners, announced daily from the 1st to the 24th of December. Each winner gets £20 credit and their decoration will shine on our on-set Christmas tree. Send your entry to SewingStreet, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, North Industrial Estate, Redditch, Worcestershire, B98 9HF. Make sure to include a note of your name and contact details. Entries close 21st of November. Get crafting and good luck.
Oh, hello. Just having a bit of a sit down because this weekend is going to be manic. 5 years I've been at this place, I know, and we're celebrating. We've got Sarah from White Gecko Lounge. She's got a special competition for you. We've got the return of Joe Carter. We've got Amber Makes. We've got so much going on. But remember, on the Saturday night / Sunday morning, the clocks go back. And what they're doing, making us do an extra hour. So you've got 6 hours of me this weekend. So make sure you tune in and join me to celebrate my 5th anniversary.
I love when something is beautiful and practical.
Is that me? You looked at me then. Thank you so much.
Check out these pouches. No, I did mean you. Janet Clare, everyone. Hey. How you doing?
Charmer. Yeah, we're good. Had a nice cup of tea.
Oh.
Watched you. Just watched you chatting. A nice stripe. I think you do need a shirt in that stripy fabric.
I agree. Lovely. Couldn't wear it on air, though.
No.
Strobe.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Now, talking of beautiful and practical, Janet's brought this fabulous Longshore zippy pouch kit. You can learn all these different techniques that you can use to make your gorgeous different sizes of zippy pouch. But equally, there is a quilt pattern in each of these, I think. Don't you? I could make the quilt. You could make the quilt. These and these. Absolutely brilliant. Such a fantastic concept. Now, let me show you what you get in the kit. Can I dive in, Janet?
Yeah, dive in. Definitely.
So all beautifully packaged. You're going to get your Longshore Moda charm pack. This is the real deal. You're going to get your gorgeous yardage to go with. This is going to create the backs of all of your bags. You're also going to get your Janet Clare Moda lining fabric as well. You're going to get your instructions, not just for the 5 different sizes, but all those different techniques. And you're also going to get gorgeous quality zips in all 5 sizes. Absolutely everything you need, apart from a reel of thread.
Bit of thread.
Reel of thread is all you need. You don't even need any wadding.
You don't. You could put wadding in them if you wanted to. Obviously, they'd sort of have less usable space inside, but not much. It'd be a lovely way to practice your quilting.
Really nice idea, that, actually. Yeah, yeah. So wad them or don't wad them, it's up to you. H630, H640, bit of, you know, cotton batting, something like that, if you want to, but you don't need to. Really is just a case of add some thread and you can make 5 different zipped pouches. But I think more importantly than that is you can learn all of these different techniques. And you see this one, for example, which is the largest. Now, what a beautiful quilt block that is, with the pieced sashing running through. The great news is this is all compatible with a 5-inch charm pack.
Absolutely.
So if you've got loads of those hanging about and you don't know what, or scraps.
This is why I designed the patterns for the pre-cuts, because they're a lovely gift. They're easy to pick up if you're in a quilt shop. And then you think, I've got one. What am I going to do with it?
What am I going to do with it?
What am I going to do with it?
And you can make all of these bags.
All of them? All of them, all the pretty tops come out of one 5-inch charm.
Incredible. But also here, I'm taking this away as a quilt pattern, raid my scraps, do a king-size quilt with this pattern.
Yeah.
You've got that I mean, you haven't got the pattern for a king-size quilt, but you've got the inspiration. This fabulously modern kind of it is improv piecing, really, isn't it?
It is.
But a gentle intro into improv.
Absolutely. And the pattern lists the order to make the tops in.
Yep.
To get the most out of your
cool.
fabric. Because I challenged myself, and then I was thinking, well, I'll make one big. Oh, I've still got masses left. Then I'll make this little size. And I thought, oh, I've still got lots left.
Love
so
that.
I didn't make them in large to small.
Yep.
The pattern, the size that I actually made is in the pattern, so you can follow it, or you can just ad-lib.
Yeah, fair enough. But you may not make all 5 if you do. Love this one. Again, I'm looking at that thinking, but I can apply that to a quilt, Janet. Yeah. This is my 3rd quilt pattern, and I've got 5 bag patterns as well. This is such a cool kit. Over half the stock is gone when you've checked out your baskets. We're actually on single figures when you've checked out your baskets. I want to make a baby quilt. I want to make a scrap quilt with all my little bits.
Oh, your little bits.
Or I've got a few charm packs available, and even down to my smallest bits, I could make a little coordinating pillow. I think that's phenomenal value. Now, we absolutely adore Janet's blue fabrics, but this is really pretty. In fact, it's blooming lovely.
It's blooming lovely.
We've never had this kit in this colourway.
No.
This is brand new today.
And I've got the cap set, so you can see you've got at least one of each of those fabrics.
Oh,
in
fantastic.
your pack.
Thank you. Those are gorgeous. So your 5 zipped pouches are going to look totally different in this colourway. Look at what you've got now. This is for your lining of your bags. However, Janet,
Would you save it for something else?
I might be inclined to. I might be inclined. I might even be inclined to use one of the quilt designs, one of the bag designs, and actually use my charm pack to create more blocks, maybe add in a little bit of stash along the way and have a border and use this to make a quilt. I can always use 5 zips, you know. I'm not going to miss out on an opportunity to get a Janet Clare charm pack and Janet Clare yardage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Honestly, you can do whatever you like. And the pattern is still useful because knowing how to make a fully lined zipped pouch is a key skill.
5 different sizes. Key skills. Again, flying into baskets. If you want to get these, we should have done these in the first hour, but we were all so enthralled with the Polestar Quilt, we thought, you know, we'll have them in the next hour. It's fine.
It's fine. We can do whatever we like. We've got free will.
But we're not going to spend lots of time on these. So what I would say is, if the zip pouches are in your baskets, check them out, get them home. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, a physical pattern, we've got you covered. Here it is. Zipped pouches. You might have, he says, with no hint of irony, a charm pack or 2 in your stash. I know I have. Oh, it's a lovely little pickup. Actually, I'm just going to let you know, I've got a gorgeous Anna Maria charm pack, brand new, in the 12 o'clock hour.
Ooh.
So, you know, get yourself the Janet Clare pattern and mix it with your favourite designer.
Do whatever you like.
Yeah.
Do whatever you like. Just enjoy what you're doing. That's
Totally agree.
Yeah.
If you want a digital download of the pattern, we've got that too. It's the first time we've ever had this pattern as a digital download. It's $9.99. You get all 5 sizes. You get all 5 techniques. I think an amazing little exercise in thrift.
Thrift. It's quite satisfying thinking I'm going to save. I've just put on my cutting board what I've got left from the 5 pouches that I made in a fabric collection called the Blues. And actually, You could still, what is that technique called? Where you put
Crumb
all
quilting.
crumb quilting.
Yeah.
You could still do, if you really thought, no, I'm going to use every single thing, you could do that.
You could.
You could still do that.
You could.
So it's a nice little challenge. What can you make? And it's amazing how far these fabrics go.
Yeah, for sure. Have you got your other sample bits there then, Janet?
I've got some sample bits.
Fab.
Right, so this was in another blues collection, and you can see it just looks lovely. Any of your charm packs, they're all the same size squares, and they all have a whole collection in them.
Oh,
so
wow,
they
lovely.
will work. They will absolutely work. And you can have as much fun with that as you like.
Absolutely stunning. Everybody has got scraps. If you haven't got a charm pack, I don't believe you. No, I know some of you may not have a charm pack, but I guarantee you'll have
You've got
scraps.
And also, the 5-inch square is the biggest unit you're going to need.
Yes, so you don't even need 5-inch
You
shells.
don't even need 5-inch squares because you're subdividing them. So you really, really, really challenge yourself to use up all your bits. Lovely for like a charity sale. Lovely to put little prezzies in at Christmas. Something really useful.
Yeah.
Buy somebody some lovely nail varnish and pop it in their little pouch.
It's
Lovely
a great
present.
idea. You're going to use this pattern again and again and again. And as I say, I reckon there's 5 quilt designs out of this pattern as well beyond the bags. If you can be a bit creative with those block designs, nothing's stopping you.
A
making
sampler,
quilt.
I mean, a sampler quilt.
Yeah.
Each one of those 5-inch charms that you've got will make all of those different blocks and then put them together. Yeah, could be great.
Lovely idea.
Could be great fun.
Fantastic. Keep checking out. Loads of you with the physical pattern in your baskets. Loads of you going for a digital version. It's entirely up to you. It's $9.99 the same either way, but your digital download is an instant download and you don't have to pay any postage. So, nice option. Oh, now then, I just need to let you know, Blooming Lovely kit is going blooming quickly.
Is it?
I've got teens left. And actually low single figures when everyone's checked out their baskets. You're getting your full charm pack. These are proper Moda charm packs. 42 5-inch squares. If you make all 5 and then gift them, that's 5 gifts done and dusted. And you've had so much fun making them. Yardage, all 5 zips as well. And of course, you get your reusable pattern. It's really worth going for. Well done if you've checked out your baskets. Loads of you have already. 40, wow. So many of you with this in your basket. Check out, I haven't got anything like that number. I haven't got anything like that number of kits left available. Check out, check out. Only John says it 3 times. Right, okay, right. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, love that pattern. Now, everybody in the studio fell in love with the quilt that's hanging behind Janet right now. Rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
How was you and me this morning?
Rise and shine, yeah.
As soon as that alarm went off?
Oh, I loved hearing that alarm this morning.
Leapt out of bed.
Dark, isn't it?
Very dark. This is a bit of brightness in
It
your
is.
life.
This is lovely. Now, we had a conversation whether this block was called a New York Beauties, and I think I probably started with the New York Beauties, but we don't know what it's called now.
Yeah, oh, like a sunburst or...
Sunburst.
Is it hard to make, Janet? That's what I need to know.
It's the simplest thing ever. So a proper New York Beauties has got a curved piecing, and then all of these would be foundation. And mine are all applique, fusible applique. Super simple.
Now, you said fusible applique earlier.
No,
I
they're
need
all
a closer
fusible
look.
applique. So there is literally the quadrant there, and then like a little crown of spikes you put down. You iron it in place into the corners. Very simple sashing.
That's so
It's
clever.
so
this
easy.
whole block isn't pieced at all.
There's no piecing.
Fused applique.
But it is still, even though you could cut that and trace it out of one piece, I wanted it to give the impression of that seam there because it gives it that dimension. So it's ridiculously easy and it looks very striking. It's really graphic. It'll look lovely on a wall if you've got wall space, or have it as a little quilt on the back of a sofa.
That's so clever, Janet. When
Thank
you
you.
said, oh, this is so simple to make, I was thinking,
New York Beauties.
I'm not sure it is entirely, totally. But when you said it's all applique, well, there you go. It's a lovely size too, 62 inches square. It's just about my favourite size of quilt, that.
It's a useful size and you can manage it under the machine really easily. You can still layer it up at home. It's a good practical size.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So it's 60 to 70 inches, and I love a square quilt. That is my optimum size. I think this is fabulous. You could also, as well, of course, change the layout of your blocks if you want to experiment. Make the blocks, have a little play with them. Now, if you want to get a full kit, now the fabrics are slightly different.
They are.
To the ones that are in that quilt. Those fabrics aren't available anymore, but they are definitely of a similar palette and tone. They'll give you the same look. So you've got lots of these lovely Astra fabrics from Janet, these soft colours. Then you've got these beautiful, there's your dark blue for your sashing, there's your satellites. You've also then got the background to your blocks. So this is your background blue.
Yes.
You've got a variety of your different lights, your creams and that soft grey to create the sunbursts, the rays and the circles, quarter circles. You've also got all of the Bondaweb that you will need, all of the packages of Bondaweb for the entire quilt. They're included in the kit too. I bet you weren't expecting that. And you get your full pattern, full-size templates and easy, beginner level,
so easy,
totally achievable instructions, and your gorgeous calico bag, $164.99. That's an amazing price. $54.99 if you want to use split pay. Brilliant.
It's super easy, very graphic, timeless, like a classic block.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
That I have really simplified. And because when you do your piecing, each block, all you've got to do is stitch down here. I've just done a straight stitch.
Yep.
You could do a decorative stitch, you could do a satin stitch, a zigzag, whatever you like.
Yep.
But these are, they're not going to fray, they're not going to move, they're going to be good.
Yeah.
Going to be good.
But you've certainly wowed Kate in Merseyside. Kate's message to say, applique, Janet.
I know.
This has blown my mind. It looks amazing, but it's so much more achievable. It's really cool,
Much
isn't it?
more achievable. And it comes from, I just want to simplify things because this is technically hard and it would be such an heirloom piece if you made it from scratch traditionally. It would be stunning. You'd have to foundation it and then you'd have to set it into a curve and then there's a lot of blocks to make. So I thought just keep it simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple. You've got loads and loads of Bondaweb in the kit as well because we wanted to make sure you had plenty. So you've got plenty of everything. And as we said before, if you make a mistake, just sew it back together again.
Yeah. Goof proof. Patricia's message on Facebook to say, love this. I wasn't expecting all this Bondaweb. I'll tell you, I thought you'd have to go out and buy that. Why wouldn't you? But it's all included. All your beautiful fabrics, they're all there. All of your Bondaweb, your pattern with full-size templates. You even get one of Janet's exclusive autumn calico bags. Super, super cute.
Thank you.
That's a great price too, $164.99. It's a 62-inch square quilt. It's pretty much perfect in my eyes in terms of a size and use. Throw it over your lap, on the wall, across the bed, across the sofa.
Picnic.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It's got it all going on.
Wonderful.
Now, if you want the pattern only, we've got a physical pattern. I'll show you that next. Here it is. Now, obviously, you do get your full-size templates in a separate sheet tucked inside your pattern. You'll need to add your own fabric, your own Bondaweb, of course. But $11.99 for the pattern. This is one that I think could look amazing done in solids.
Solids would be great because you've got You've got a lot. These don't all have to be the same fabric
No.
either.
Different shades
So you could
of the
really
same colour.
explode it out.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, really intense here. And if you're making your own, as
Yep.
in you're not buying the fabric for the kit, you have then got the means to keep adding borders and making it bigger, which means that you could really do a really big tonal thing. You could start with a really sort of hot, sharp, lemony lime in the middle and just go out into the oranges and reds.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I mean, also, if you are going for the kit, add get yardage.
Get yardage.
Choose a Janet Clare fabric and put a border on.
Yep.
There's nothing to stop you doing that.
Nope. No. And I liked, it's like it's through the window pane. I liked that graphic element coming in, and it makes the piecing simpler as well, because of course you've got a corner to put all of your applique into. And then they're all stitched in.
I think it's superb. Absolutely brilliant. Well, you're loving it. And it's such a clever technique and pattern. Way, way simpler than any of us were expecting, Janet.
Didn't believe me at 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. No. But also, you know, sometimes something very simple, you might think, do I need the pattern? You absolutely need the pattern for this, because it's all worked out, all of the sizes, all of the templates, everything's worked out for you. So the thing, that's when a pattern's really worth buying, because it allows you to look super clever, super talented, which you are, but without needing.
This is not the first starburst I tried to draw.
I bet.
Let's just say that. And then it's all been drawn digitally and it's printed digitally, which means that when you're tracing it, you've got really good accuracy. Which is
Half
what
the
you
stock of
need.
the pattern's gone.
How exciting.
Be quick. Any chance of a little demo of that?
I can give you a little demo.
Have we got a digital version of that? No digital. Okay.
No digital, okay, because I was going to say I don't know the answer to that. Now, the first thing is you're going to cut your background squares, and the fabric in the kit, which, by the way, I never compromise on. If we're bringing a quilt back in new fabric, I have to love it as much as the original. So this one is a little starlight, little starburst, and it's got a diagonal pattern. I've cut it so that it's on the diagonal. And what you can do when you're playing with this, you can play with where you're placing the diagonals. So in this central block, you could have it all running out. Don't all have to face the same direction. So that will give you another sort of burst effect. And the different fabrics for these are so that you've got some sort of faint sort of shadows, very subtle sort of shading going around. So there's lots of things that you can play with and decisions you can make while you're piecing it yourself. So that's the first thing. And then this is what you're actually making. So this is the block. That is one block before it's sewn. I did a little bit of sewing on it just to get the idea. Literally, I don't know whether your camera can pick that up. I've just gone in and out of the quadrant, just on a straight stitch, just going in and out. It's very faint for you to see. But literally, that's all you're making. That's all you're making. And then you've got your sashing. And your sashing is a really good skill as well, like learning how to pin those so they all line up. That's another little lovely technique to learn.
Janet, I'm just thinking, can you imagine, well, even if it's just for you, of course, but going to Quilt Club and showing your first quilt. And it's that. Can you imagine? So, yeah, I've never made a quilt before, and I did this.
I just threw this out at the weekend.
Yeah, but it's totally possible.
It's totally possible, and it's not even that time consuming. It's a lovely, lovely thing to do. And how much stitching you put on that is entirely up to you. And you don't have to machine stitch it. You could hand stitch it if you wanted to. The fusible web gives you so many options, and it's super easy. Okay, now then you have, this is your template. You have got the quadrant there, and then you've got the sunbursts. And we've also got this dotted line. So what I have done is I have done the quadrant as one piece of fabric, and then the sunbursts as a second, and then they're overlapped. And I did that because I wanted it as another little trick of the eye to say, is it pieced or not? But if you don't want to, you could do that all as one unit if you want.
Or cut the whole thing out in one piece?
You could cut the whole thing out in one piece if you want.
You know when you said the quarter circle's one piece and then the spikes are a second? Are the spikes all joined together or are they individual spikes?
The spikes are all joined together and you can spray them out. So what you're going to do is when you've got them all cut, I've got one here, so you can still spread them out, you see. And what you really want to do is get that spike, which one can you see? This one. Get that. That one's not in the corner. This one's way into the corner. Get them in, pointing out, so you've got that spray. So that gives you, the second piece gives you the option to really sort of spread them out. And you can cut them individually if you want to. It is going to be raw edge the way that I did it with just the machine sewing. So it's up to you whether you want to do, if you think it's going to be in the wash a lot, maybe do a little zigzag. But I wanted to talk to you about the fabric directionality, which we've done, and also how you actually go about tracing this curve. Because the ruler is easy, and that's going in the seam allowance anyway. So you do a dot at the beginning and a dot at the end, and then you line your ruler up, and you can do that. So that's easy. But then how you draw this curve, I'm on the paper side of the bond web. These are already reversed for you, so don't worry about that. And what you're going to do is, rather than trying to draw that line round, I would do a little sort of backwards and forwards movement with my pencil, and you're getting a thicker line, but when you cut that with your scissors, it's going to straighten it out.
Okay.
Rather than just going wonky and then you've got one really faint pencil line to try and cut on. This gives you a sort of a clearer path. So you're going to have one of these for all of your blocks, and then you're going to trace the sun rays, and then you're going to iron them to the back of your fabric, and then cut them out on the drawn line and then layer them up. And it is that simple.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The pattern's proven very popular. We'll look at that in a sec. But first, if you want to get the kit, we've got a whole kit for you. 62-inch squares, $164.99. That's everything for the top. Does it include the binding, Janet?
All the kits include the binding.
Amazing.
To make the pretty front.
Great. So you get your beautiful tote bag. You get all of your bonder web included. Oh, single figures left now when you've checked out your baskets. You've got your background fabric. You've got your sashing fabric. You've got your fabrics to create your sunbursts with. And most importantly, the full pattern and templates to make the quilt. So achievable. All you need to do is add thread, and that's your quilt top done.
Oh, what about gold or silver embroidery stitch on that? That would be fabulous.
Amazing. Well, you could even use a decorative embroidery thread for your applique.
You could. You really could. Because there's no piecing to bother it. Like once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots you can do.
Would you ever fuse everything, make the whole quilt up, and then quilt and applique in one step?
All at the same time, you could. You could.
Quilt around the shapes in one step. So there's a few sort of applique quilt technique.
Yes.
Love it. Absolutely brilliant. It's proven incredibly popular.
Wonderful.
However, the quilt kit is about to sell out. If you want to get this quilt kit, you're going to have to be really, really quick. I'm sorry to push you, but I don't want you to miss out. And I do need to be honest with you, we have got incredibly low figures now, single figures left on that kit. So check out.
We'll send them tomorrow. We will send them tomorrow.
Oh, amazing. Yes, we were talking last night. That's your job for Wednesday, isn't it?
That's our little Wednesday job.
Sending out all the deliveries.
Get the biscuits in. Get the
Take
coffee
away
on.
Tea when you've been working so hard?
No.
I should hope so. Pattern on its own on screen. This is the physical pattern. Alicia from Staffordshire says, I've got the pattern, thanks. Do you think I need to keep my fabrics small, sort of ditzy designs, or would larger prints work well too, using my scraps?
I think you could do both. You'd get a totally different effect. So it depends how big and bold you want it to be. I think a combination might be nice.
I think
like you could have something strong there.
Yeah.
Or strong.
Well, I think you'd either want like backgrounds, small and ditzy or even plain, and then your starburst big bold prints.
Yes.
Or the other way round. You wouldn't want to mix bold and bold in one block.
No, because what you really want is that tonal difference. You want to see that energy from the block. So I wouldn't want to distract. Also, when I was teaching the other week, a lady was putting a block together, it doesn't matter what it was, and it wasn't right. We had a lot of thinking about what wasn't right about it. And it's because she was using a print with a big like motif on it, and where the motif was hitting, it was obscuring the subtlety of the block. And it took us a while to twig why it didn't look right. Because you want these to stand, and they're very fine, you want those to stand out. You're just going to have to play. Just going to have to play.
See, I think I could totally see a really bold, so like Anna Maria or Kaif, bold prints against like a dark navy background, plain background, or pin dot, something like that.
Charcoal grey, could work. Lovely.
Grab yourself the pattern, $11.99. You get full-size template sheet as well in there. But again, that pattern, it's in danger of selling out. I've got low teens left. If you want the pattern, check out, please. Sonia's messaged in to say, good morning, Stuart and Janet. It's very difficult to choose Janet's quilt kits this morning because I love them both. Well, I'm about to make your job even harder, I'm afraid, Sonia.
Sorry, Sonia.
We're going to have a look at the Strewn Quilt.
Strewn.
And I've got two different colourways. We're going to look first at Longshore. We'll look at Longshore first. And that's the sample that we've got made. Janet, tell me about Strewn.
Strewn. So, our eldest Joe, his girlfriend, Nicole, they've been going out for years. Lovely, lovely girl. We all love her to bits. And she was coming up to her 21st birthday. So I wanted to make a quilt. You know you make quilts for big birthdays.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make it. I didn't want to ask Pippa or anyone else to make it for me. So I knew it had to be quick and pleasant to make for myself. And I also wanted her to feel free to really use it up. Like take it to the beach, have it on the sofa, in the back of the car, just really use it, throw it in the washing machine, throw it in the tumble dryer, and use it. So that's how I came up with this quilt. It uses 2-layer cakes. It's could literally be your first quilt. There's lots and lots of options. You get to play with colour tones, your tonal values, placement, lots and lots of things. But I wanted a really lovely quilt that showed off the fabric range that I enjoyed stitching.
Yeah, for sure.
To a deadline, and that she could just use forever. So that's where it came from, a genuine need. Because if I made her something like this, she might be a bit precious with it. Even though it's quick and simple, she might have been a bit,
I get that.
I don't want to drag it around. So I wanted her to have something really warm and cosy that just got better and better with age.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Now,
and
Janet,
it's big
am I
as
right
well.
That the sample that we've got is made out of To the Sea?
It's To the Sea.
And we've got Longshore.
We've got Longshore. There's slightly less beige, that sand colour. And Tony, with his fantastic computer skills, has mocked it up. So that's the one here. Fabulous. Is exactly what you can make.
Do you mind
Shall I get the other end?
In the corner? Thank you.
Get
we'll
the
just
other
show
end.
you. This is a big quilt. I mean, you are getting a massive value kit here because
we're not tall enough.
It's $129.99. You sure about that?
Well, we can double it. Stuart tax.
Honestly,
Stuart tax.
It seems like a huge amount. But look what you're getting in the kit. You're getting two full layer cakes.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that about £120 on its own?
Yes. There's no waste. I think there's a couple of blocks left over. but there's no waste. It shows off the whole fabric, and it's so simple to make.
You get 3/4 of a metre of your binding fabric as well. You also get your pattern for Strewn, and you get your calico bag. This is incredible value. This is a big quilt. It's 84 inches square.
84 inches. I wanted her to have something genuinely have forever.
Yep.
It completely covers a bed. It's a lovely size. Like if you've bought a second-hand sofa, you know, she's only young, they're getting started.
Yep.
It covers the whole sofa, throw it in the car,
Yep.
picnics, go to concerts with it.
Brilliant.
Really roughy-tufty, proper.
Yep. Use it up, wear it out.
Yes.
Love that.
Yes.
Lots and lots of you have this in your baskets. You're getting huge value here. I can't quite believe that. 2 full layer cakes. It's at least £120 worth of value just in that. 3/4 of a metre of your binding fabric. You're also getting your pattern and your calico bag. Brilliant, brilliant value. And level-wise, skill level?
So basic.
Total beginner.
Total beginner. Like
Brilliant.
I've literally just got myself a rotary cutter and a ruler level. In fact, you could cut this with scissors if you really, really didn't have the kit.
Wow. 7 left when you've all checked out your baskets.
Going to be busy tomorrow.
Very, very busy tomorrow, Janet, Clare. And Sonia, I do apologise if that's just made your decision even harder. And I've got one more colourway of Strewn to show you. If you're really struggling, you could always pick one of them, but get the patterns for the others.
Yes.
Because the great thing about Janet's fabrics is they work so beautifully, so harmoniously, that you can get the pattern and maybe your next collection will be
just
perfect.
fit in.
Just
Yep.
be perfect.
And if you are using your own stash, the layer cake, don't forget you can mix and match layer cakes as well. So you can make lots of different effects with whatever you've got.
So
It's
next
larking.
up, we've got the larking kit. So, wow, gorgeous. You've got this fabulous, fabulous range called larking, inspired by mudlarking on the Thames.
Absolutely.
Broken pottery,
Broken
little florals.
Teapots. I've brought my rep samples, cap sets with me. So again, with the pre-cuts, it's lovely because you get the whole collection as designed by the designer, and you have at least one square in each of these prints. So you've got a really nice tonal range with the larking.
Oh, it's absolutely
Fabric.
gorgeous. Remember, you get 2 full layer cakes. You get both. 84-inch square quilt, huge, for £129. Now, we have quilt kits, brilliant, brilliant value still, that make a throw quilt, you know, something for the back of a chair for £129.99. It is incredibly rare that we get a quilt kit that's 84 inches square for under £130. You've also got 3/4 of a metre of your binding fabric, plus your full pattern and your calico bag. This is phenomenal. And I think one of the ways you've done this, Janet, is because literally there is no waste.
There's no waste. There's no waste, and it's confined. Most of the cutting is done for you. Everything is a straight seam. Nothing has to match. It's so simple.
That's like the Holy Grail, isn't it?
The Holy Grail. Just sit down and get going. And I chose one layout. There's lots and lots of layouts. There is a colouring sheet, which seems a bit random because it's literally a 9 patch, but you colour that in with the fabrics that you've got and place like the dark centre, dark corners, dark in the cross, whatever, and then just keep twisting the blocks around. And here's just 3 options here at the bottom, but there's so much you can do. You can mix and match it, make it scrappy, and it's a lovely quilt to gift somebody, particularly somebody who's young, who would be worried maybe about, you know, having something that was so precious. And it is precious, and it'll get more precious with age, but it's roughy tufty. She can live with it, really, really live with it.
I think that's a really lovely way of doing it, Janet. I really do, because like you say, people they can be a bit precious about a very special quilt. You've made something that she can feel comfortable enjoying.
Comfortable using, and I keep stealing it off her as well.
Yes.
Look how your quilt's on the telly. Can I have it, please?
There you go.
So there you go. Nice and simple.
If you want the pattern on its own, we've got a physical pattern, Strewn by Janet Clare. Simply take 2 layer cakes. I think it would be really fun to take 2 different layer cakes.
2 different layer cakes. Good fun.
It's a great one to have in your pattern stash because it uses pre-cuts that we all are so tempted by.
Absolutely, and you get gifted a pre-cut, don't you? Because they're a nice price point.
Yep.
There's a good amount of yardage in them, and people need to know that the pre-cuts are priced on the yardage. You know, they're not just a fictitious amount of money. They're a tiny bit more because they're cut and processed. But essentially, if you're paying that amount, it's because it's got that quantity of yardage in it.
Yes, it's good value, isn't it? Really?
Very, very good value.
It's the quilter's dream to have a little bit of everything, isn't it? It's what we want.
Yeah, and we spend a lot of time working out what to put in a collection so that it all works together. So to be able to pick up that whole collection off the shelf is really useful.
If you want the digital version of the pattern, we'll give you those details next. It's the same price, but an instant download. You might already have pre-cuts at home. Or you may have scrap fabrics that you can cut 10-inch squares out of.
And the blocks that I've just pulled out of my demo, these are half size. I started with 5-inch.
Is that the same block?
Yeah, there's half. This is half size. So that is to the C probably, exactly the same construction, just where you place the fabrics.
But with 5-inch squares?
5-inch. These are half size. These are half size blocks.
Oh, get the pattern if nothing else.
Yeah, it's really good fun. This one, look, they've got the checkerboard going on and then a solid border. Again, half size. So this is the actual size that you're going to, once you've cut it up, this is the actual size that you're going to be able to maneuver.
Those are your blocks.
These are your actual blocks. It's so quick. So I don't know whether you'll be able to see it all, but you make a 9 patch. I've just gone straight to demo, Stuart. Is that okay?
It's all right. It's no problem.
So you're going to go.
You call me Steve.
I nearly called you something completely random. I don't know what's going on.
I'm only Steve when I'm in Yorkshire.
Steve. You're not Steve, are you? Stuart's not.
In real life, I'm Steve.
So that's your 9 patch. Don't know whether, yes, you can just about see it.
Yep, we can see
So
that.
you pick 9 of your pre-cuts, arrange them however you want, and then all you're going to do is disappearing 9 patch. Simple, simple, simple. Then you're going to cut them straight down the middle, and then you can do whatever you like with them. You can twist them around, keep twisting them around. Really, really play. Super simple, lovely, satisfying, but it's not mindless, completely mindless, because you can still challenge yourself to play with the tonal values and to get different effects going. So it's a lovely, lovely sort of quilt that you can make in that lovely flow state where it's just enough to fully occupy you without being completely mindless.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can plan ahead, can't you? And sew how you sew your fabrics together in the first place does affect the finished block.
Yes.
That's why you need to get the pattern, excuse me, because there's the opportunity to plan out colour in advance of sewing. Now, the kits are proving very popular. Let's look at larking. These are so gorgeous. Just to get the larking pre-cuts, I think, is very, very wonderful. There's only 2 left when you've all checked out your baskets.
Wow.
So please don't rest on your
everyone.
laurels. You get 2 full layer cakes. That means you've got 84 10-inch squares of Janet Clare Moda larking fabric.
Yes.
Exceptional. You've also got 3/4 of a metre of this gorgeous stripe, which is also from larking, which you're going to use as your binding. Okay, you get your full pattern with your planning sheet, all of your how-tos, your guidelines. It's the know-how that you need. And that beautiful, beautiful calico bag. Proving very popular. Now, how many baskets, Hannah? Okay, literally oversubscribed. Do check out your basket. Last few chances left on this. 84-inch square quilt, by the way, is what you're going to make. But if you wanted to make 2 that were a bit smaller, you could.
You could. And I had a lady at Alexandra Palace and she bought 3 layer cakes to make 2 single beds.
Love that.
Because you need 9 patches, so you need multiples of 9.
Great.
So you're going to have 3 squares left over or something with the double one. And she'd done the maths.
Wow, clever. And no fabric will be wasted, ever, ever. Right, Longshore kit. So Longshore has this beautiful, gentle coastal theme. So you've got some maps in there, you've got some stars, you've got some fishing nets, you've got a couple with little sort of vintage sailing ships there. Yes. But it's soft and subtle, isn't it?
It is, definitely. And there's a marble print go through. And yeah, very, very soft, delicate, sort of coastal, subtle English coast in the winter, autumn time.
Gorgeous.
Blustery days, coastal.
Again, 2 full layer cakes, 84 10-inch squares, amazing value. You also get your 3/4 metre of binding fabric, pattern, and your calico bag. Now, how many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, okay, way oversubscribed. 4 of you are going to miss out completely. Okay, so it's the fastest fingers now. I think this is the most incredible value we've had all day.
Well, thank you.
$129.99 to make an 84-inch square quilt is phenomenally good value. Phenomenally good. Okay, pattern. Oh, go on. Pattern on its own? Yep. If you want the pattern on its own, a physical pattern first for Strewn. Strewn.
I wanted to, it's the idea that you're
throwing fabric around.
Yeah, throwing fabric around and changing, like making something quite random and free. Like a tossed sort of design.
You do a lot of that, Janet, just tossing fabric around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's quicker to sweep the floor once rather than to sweep it constantly.
I agree with you there. Double figures left on this pattern, I'm afraid. Still time if you check out your basket quick. There is a digital download.
Is there?
Yes.
Excellent.
There is a digital download, sorry, of Strewn, yes. If you want that, Strewn. The kit with larking in, we're just going to have to grab back because there are so many of you with this in your baskets. You know it won't just automatically jump through the checkout for you. You've got to check out your baskets, folks. You get 2 full layer cakes, 23 of you with it in your basket. I haven't got anything like that number of kits left. There's your 2 layer cakes. That's pretty much all your money anyway already. You've got your binding fabric, you've got your pattern, you've got your gorgeous bag. And also as well, I like to say this from time to time, every time you buy a quilt pattern or a quilt kit from one of your favourite designers, you are supporting the work that they do.
Absolutely.
Because let's be honest.
Absolutely.
It's why you do, well, it's not why you do, but it's how you pay your studio bills.
It's how I maintain doing what I do.
Yeah, and we want you to keep designing fabric and keep inspiring us. And it's good to know, especially when you're buying from the designer, that your purchase supports the work.
It does support, and we don't take it for granted at all. We're very, very delighted every time we get an order, and continuing to support here at SewingStreet is amazing. Yeah. And also, I'm designing 2 years in the future. Yeah. So what I'm going to go back and design this week, you won't see for 2 years. So it's lovely to come full circle and share the excitement with everyone when it actually reaches, you know, the retail. It's lovely.
Yeah, because in some ways you've moved on, but it's great to be reminded of these gorgeous things.
I know, yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
So thank you so much, everyone. It does mean a lot.
And we love you, Janet Clare.
Thank you. We'll be busy tomorrow.
Right. Let's go right back to where we started with our gorgeous zipped pouches. 5 different sizes, 5 different techniques. You get everything in your kit apart from a reel of thread. That's all you've got to add in. We'll start with Blooming Lovely. Very, very limited. You get 5 zips, all of your required sizes of zip for your 5 pouches. You've also got your instructions. This isn't just how to make zipped pouches. This is how to do all of these different techniques. And I think that if you get a bit creative, you'll not only make 5 bags, you'll make these patterns many times, but also you'll use this to inspire quilt patterns and quilt designs. You can use these blocks to create your own quilts. Now you also get your charm pack, 42 beautiful squares of Janet Clare Moda fabric. You also get your backing for each of your bags and your lining. If you think that's too pretty for a lining, I sort of agree with you. You could use something else and use this to make more gorgeous bags. Great value. There's, okay, oversubscribed on that. Oversubscribed. A few of you will miss out, I'm afraid, but if you check out your basket now, it's yours. Lovely. It's yours. Now, the other colourway that we've got is Longshore, which is that gorgeous English coastline in the autumn and winter.
Yes, I always avoid it in the sunshine. I don't like being hot. I don't want to lie on the pebbles when they're boiling hot. Much rather have a little bracing walk.
Yeah. So you get your charm pack, 42, gorgeous, all your zips in navy, the backs of all of your bags. I mean, how gorgeous is that? The linings, again, a bit gorgeous.
Bit posh for a line. I like the lining to be nice as well.
Agreed.
But you could totally save it and do something else.
Yeah.
Totally.
Pattern 2, really worth getting the pattern because you're going to use it again and again. And the really clever bit is that, Janet, you challenged yourself to use every little bit of this.
Every single scrap.
Follow the instructions carefully.
Make them in the order that I suggest, or you are on your own and then you've got the same challenge that I had, which can be fun. Depends how much of a challenge you want.
Yeah, I want to follow your instructions to the letter, Janet. I want to be a good boy and just do what I'm told.
Do what you're told.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If you want the pattern on its own, use your own scraps. Doesn't even need a charm pack. You could use your scraps. This is the physical pattern for $9.99. Or if you prefer to go digital. Wanna go, please stop. $9.99.
We were talking about the roller skate discos that we used to go, roller discos.
When?
When we were teenagers, we used to get dropped off with our
When
leg
were you
warmers and
talking
never.
about it?
Well, you're singing like, wasn't that like Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John?
Yeah.
All of that era.
Oh, yeah.
Get your leg warmers on.
Gorgeous.
And your roller skates.
I've actually got them under these trousers.
You've always got your leg warmers on, Stuart. Always.
Yeah. I used to rock a leg warmer.
They've got to come back. Everything's coming back. So. They've got to come back.
So, I think so.
Nice introduction to circular knitting, Stuart. Get that in a book.
When are we doing some knitting with Janet Clare?
That's a very good question. That is a very good question.
Well, that's my job, asking all the important questions.
I did design, and I did a little mystery box, and it sold out in an afternoon, which was very exciting.
That is exciting.
I'm carrying a little idea around with me, but I don't know when it will come here.
Okay.
But it's on the list.
Good.
Things take so long to get here, don't they?
They do. Now, last thing then, I've got the Rise and Shine quilt kit. Low single figures left on this. Now, every single one of you who have got this in your basket need to check out. This is the quilt that's hanging behind Janet. The fabric pack, the kit that we've got, is very, very similar to those colours. It's using Astra from Janet Clare. Sort of astronomical.
Yes, it's sort of me imagining the heavens above us, like the night sky.
Yeah.
Very graphic, very sort of not traditionally feminine, not floral.
Sure.
Suit everyone. Graphic, clean, modern, fresh.
Agreed. And if you're looking at that quilt thinking, foundation piecing and curved seams, no thanks, Janet.
Just use fusible applique. You don't have to tell anyone either. No one would know. Because when I got this out this morning and I said to Stuart, it's really simple, and he was like, yeah, okay. And then it is. Because he didn't have a close look. I didn't let him have a close look at 7 o'clock this morning.
What I thought you meant was that the curved bit was fused applique. I thought that the spikes were foundation piece, didn't you, at home? But they're all appliqued to one background
square. Make one square at a time.
Super easy. Wow, okay, you've been busy checking out your baskets. I have got 6 kits left. That's it. Wow. Way more in baskets. You get all your bonder web, all your fabric for the top and the binding, and your pattern, and that gorgeous calico bag. The pattern on its own is incredibly limited. If you want the pattern on its own, physical version, we will give you the details for that. I don't actually know what I've done. Oh, here it is. There's the pattern on its own. $11.99, I beg your pardon, because you have got that full-sized extra sheet inside that's got all your applique templates on it. Okay. If you want to get that, do check out your baskets quickly because we're very, very low in stock. Janet, do you know when you're back?
You always ask me this, and I always mean to look it up when I'm drinking my cup of tea, and I never remember. It will be in 3 or 4 weeks' time.
Okay.
So probably the middle of November.
Okay, cool. I'm going to keep that free.
Oh, good.
Wonderful to see you.
And you. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Tony, if you're watching, sending you lots of love. Come up and see me sometime. Right, we are going to go to a break now. When we come back, I've got that brand new Anna Maria 5-inch pre-cut pack. Don't miss it. See you after the break.
Oh, hello. Just having a bit of a sit down because this weekend is going to be manic. 5 years I've been at this place, I know, and we're celebrating. We've got Sarah from White Gecko Lounge. She's got a special competition for you. We've got the return of Joe Carter. We've got Amber Makes. We've got so much going on. But remember, on the Saturday night / Sunday morning, the clocks go back. And what they're doing, making us do an extra hour. So you've got 6 hours of me this weekend. So make sure you tune in and join me to celebrate my 5th anniversary.
Inspirational.
Exciting.
It's a good day out.
This is one of the best shows to come to because you have so many wonderful people, so many suppliers, and everything in one place, really.
The access of being able to get things that might not be able to get easily at home.
Good value, yeah. Got a good few deals already.
I like doing the workshops that you want to try before you invest, like the glass ones or the polymer clay.
There's a lot of fun, there's a lot of laughter in the building.
One time we just thought, oh, we'll just give it a try. And we've been coming back year after year.
It's been an unmovable date in our calendar.
A facing is a good way to finish off the edges of your garment, particularly necklines and armholes. It's a neater way than just using hems around those curved edges. So on this dress, around the neckline, the facing has been placed on right sides together. Once sewn, it flips to the inside of your neckline, creating a really nice neat edge. Now it just needs to be top stitched.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everyone, I'm back on Sewing Street on Thursday the 23rd of October. Gosh, doesn't time fly. When we'll be doing the final applique panel in How Many Sew, so it's the two girls skipping. And then there are a number of folded flying geese to be made. So we have ones going up the way and ones going across the way. Also, thinking along the lines of Christmas presents, we're going to demo a new book cover. This is a hair book cover. There's some applique and some hand stitching. And I'm doing a second hour, and that is going to be full on Christmas.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Get crafty this Christmas with Sewing Street. We're calling all makers and stitchers to create a festive decoration for our Sewing Street Christmas tree and your chance to win £20 Sewing Street credit. To enter, use any soft craft technique you love. Quilting, embroidery, crochet, knitting, patchwork and more. Your decoration should be around 4 inches and bursting with Christmas cheer. We'll pick 24 winners, announced daily from the 1st to the 24th of December. Each winner gets £20 credit and their decoration will shine on our on-set Christmas tree. Send your entry to Sewing Street, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, North Industrial Estate, Redditch, Worcestershire, B98 9HF. Make sure to include a note of your name and contact details. Entries close 21st of November. Get crafting and good luck.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Lovely, lovely Janet Clare. We went out for dinner last night and we ended up in a restaurant with a big table who were celebrating a birthday party. We joined in with happy birthday and they let us have birthday cake. So if you're watching and you were out in Redditch last night celebrating your birthday, happy birthday again. You're lovely. Now, let's jump straight in with this brand new 5-inch charm pack from Anna Maria. This is absolutely beautiful. This is called Indelible Chips. These are so beautiful. You get 42 charm squares, and whilst I wouldn't normally lay out an entire charm pack, these are so utterly beautiful. I think they deserve to be seen in their entirety. You've got so many different lovely colours. Millie's gonna hate me. Sorry, Millie, but they are so lovely. You've got loads of different gorgeous colours. Now, let's give you a gorgeous price crash on this. We're going to give you a saving of £2, which means that you pay £17.99. This is brand new, and you get 44 5-inch squares. Now, you might have been watching the last hour. I should hope you were, and been inspired by the disappearing 9-patch. Or the gorgeous pouches, 5 different sizes of pouch. Grab the pattern for either of those and use the Anna Maria fabric. Look at these vibrant greens. You see, if I'd shown you a couple of these, you would not have got a flavour of what this whole layer cake is all about, and it still keeps getting better. We're actually going to give you the pouch instructions on screen because I think that would be amazing to do that gorgeous. Those 5 different sizes of pouch would look incredible in this range. Now, really, wasn't that worth taking a look at? Look at those. I mean, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible for £17.99. Gorgeous. I love that. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, really lovely. If you wanted to make a small quilt, then I would recommend getting maybe 2 of these charm packs. Mix it with some background fabric. Have we got Simple Shape Stunning Quilts around on the trolley? We had it in the earlier show. Just stay there for a second and I'll grab the book because that would work really, really well with Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. And I'm just going to have a quick look and see if I can find that book. I can't find the book, but what I was going to say was there's a pattern in there called Springtime in Oslo, and that works absolutely beautifully with 5-inch charms. It would work spectacularly with this. Really gorgeous. £17.99. Lots of you have been busy checking out your baskets. And we'll put Simple Shape Stunning Quilts in the side graphic. It's always good to have some good patterns that use pre-cuts because I think most of us, you know, we can't resist these gorgeous pre-cuts because there's a little bit of everything and it really is the quilter's dream. Now, another quilter's dream is to be organised. Easier said than done, but if you get good storage, you are halfway there. I think if you can have storage at a better price than normal, even better. This is our fat quarter storage bag and regular price £11.99. It's an early bird price today at £10.99. We have still got a few available, not very many at all, and especially when Deputy Joan thought she needed 3 and ended up buying 10, but she totally revamped her sewing room, organised all of her fabrics into different colours and colour families, packed her storage bags. You also you get these 3 compartments, but these are completely removable. So you could store these flat if you don't use them all the time. You might use them for winter bedding storage or summer bedding storage, jumpers, things like that. You also get pockets at either end. Okay, so you might be storing something like a pattern in there or threads that match. This could be your kit to take to a workshop or a whole quilt kit in there. You can take one out and use this for half yardage, this for your fat quarters. Take them both out and store a double bed quilt in there. The choice is yours, waddings, you name it. You've got a good strong double pull zip that runs around the top, a clear vinyl window to see what's inside, and really nice sturdy handles. It's well worth getting a couple if you can, because it's on our early bird price. Carolyn from the West Midlands. Oh, Carolyn, I was wondering where you were. I've not heard from you for a day or two. I adore these bags. I use them to gift a quilt to people to keep them protected. Well worth the money. Sturdy and lightweight. Well, that's a genius idea. Yeah, if you made like a wedding quilt, birthday quilt, give them in the bag. Great idea. Or perhaps if you like making seasonal quilts, like your autumn quilts, your Christmas quilts, you want to store them beautifully and securely away from dust, away from insects, and away from sunlight, damp, things like that. These are going to really help to protect your hard work. Or your stash. Or your stash. Absolutely gorgeous. £10.99 per bag. Definitely worth multi-buying those. Right, now then, we launched on Tuesday the brand new Aliso iron. This is done in conjunction with Kaffe Facet. Now, it's unmistakably Kaffe's. You've got this gorgeous decal. We were actually joking the day before yesterday that you get more Kaffe for your money with this iron because the decal is actually much wider than on the Tula Pink version. So you get a lot of Kaffe. You also get Kaffe on the sole plate, which I think is really cool. That beautiful blue colour I think is gorgeous. It's visually stunning. You also get this beautiful keepsake tin with your iron. And that's just the aesthetics. But actually, deep down, it's an amazing iron. And that's why we're really buying it. You've got this amazingly engineered sole plate, beautiful even heating, a 2-inch detailing tip. You've also got the option of being able to put a blast of steam through the top, through the back, or the whole of the sole plate. 3 different heat settings, 1, 2, and 3. 3 is your hottest. Steam or no steam. You've got a light which illuminates the path that you are ironing. You've also got a really generous water reservoir. For such a compact iron, you've got a brilliant reservoir for your water. And even the option of switching the 1.9 metre cable from this side to this side, and it's as easy as this. It's funny, Charlie is left-handed, I'm right-handed, and we set the ironing board up round opposite directions to each other. It's really funny. So I always have to move the ironing board round. But if you're right-handed, left-handed, you can set this iron up so the cable comes off the side which suits you best. I think that's really smart and clever. It's one more reason to buy the Aliso Kaffe Facet iron. Absolutely brilliant. And it's also beautifully designed to fit comfortably in your hand. It really does feel very natural and you're not having to kind of grip it very tightly. It's almost just putting your hand, there's this lovely kind of moulding around the sides that your fingers just sink into. Very, very comfortable and perfect whether you're left or right-handed, of course. We completely sold out of this iron yesterday, and I had no idea that we were getting any more in. Grab this while you can. I don't know when it was bought for, but it certainly wasn't to bring back on air today. But you know how I can whine, and so I did, and here it is. So grab the opportunity and grab your brand new Eliso K Facet iron. I'm going to pop that in the tin where it belongs. Now, talking of K, I've got some gorgeous bundles of fabric up next. Oh, these are stunning. I've got 1, 2, 3. Yes, got it. Right, wow, these are really cool. Where should we start? Let's start with this one because it's really warm and vibrant. Maybe autumny a little. $39.95. Oh, you're going to save a fiver. $34.95. You get 4.5 meters of K Facet Collective. Absolutely love this print here. Then you're also getting 0.5 meter of Paprika, which really pops in there. This is ready-made starter for a palette to make a quilt, a bag, your next project. That's an amazing price too. 2 whole meters of Kaif plus 0.5 meter of Paprika Solid for $34.95. Love that. Gorgeous. Oh, Karen. Hi everyone. Does the iron lift when not in use? The large one does, the mini iron doesn't, but you get the silicone sole plate. So what you do is you have that on your ironing board and then you pop that on top, and that will take the hottest heat from your iron, and you can also then store it and hang it in the sole plate when it's not in use, just like that. There we go. It'll also turn off if you don't use it for a while, but yeah, don't put it straight down on your ironing board and leave it there. Right, there's our gorgeous cave, $34.95. You can see where we're going with this now price-wise. I will pop those to one side. Now, oh, this you're going to absolutely love. We've got Kaif. We've got that beautiful solid. That is fabulous. Now, this is a really vibrant, gorgeous colourway. That is stunning. This is Baltic. But look at the prints that you're getting. Do you know, I'm not sure if I've ever seen that print before. That is wild. That is off the charts, beautiful. $34.95. Just love the way, although you've got lots of greens and turquoises, you've also got that pop of purple in there, and also that really, really sort of fresh bit of pink. Just brings the whole thing to life, doesn't it? This is what Kaif and the Kaif Collective do, which I think is so special, really. There's your Baltic, and then just almost like an animal print. I think that is just ripe and ready to use. $34.95, you're saving £5. I'm going to keep these all together because actually, if you love Kaif, I mean, already I'm looking at these thinking, hello, what would Kaif do? Put them together. Okay. Right. Quite a natural partnership between these vibrant colours and black solid. Got your beautiful, beautiful florals there. Stunning. $34.95 again. And you know, this chrysanthemum print is incredible. I love the way that it almost looks like a parrot. It's almost bird-like. So many different tones and shades in there. This is a great starter actually for creating your own K-Facet quilt kit, because if you've any other K fabrics or not K fabrics, use these colours to inspire your fabric pull, what we call a fabric pull. And then when you've got them all together, take lots of photos, live with the fabric, walk past them. If there's anything that's jarring, try adding a bit more of that fabric before you are tempted to take it out. But again, look at that. Absolutely delicious. Right, final colourway then. One of my favourite prints that Kaffe has ever done. Absolutely love that paperweight print. Gorgeous big floral there. Azalea pink. Oof, now that stripe is something else. Look at that. And a fabulous floral. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And those vibrant lime greens. That little pop of orange. All of those different shades of pink. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Again, I'm just going to pop those fabrics together and I'm going to bring everything back down. I mean, these two together, very natural bedfellows. But if you wanted to put yourself together the ultimate Kaffe stash, £20 saving if you buy all four. An automatic £20 saving. Very special. £139.80. Now, that is for, what have we got, 5 tents. That's 10 metres for 139, which means our fabric across the board is costing under £14 a metre. That's amazing value. Amazing value. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's gorgeous. Right, oh, quite tempted just to go and put that in the boot of my car. Now I've also got some 1 metre bundles of Kaffe. I will show you where they're going. No solids in this. You have got 3 different choices there. I'm going to start with the one in the centre. So you've got the paperweight and then you've got the coleus leaves. This print really does deserve to be opened out. Look at that. You're making a saving. Should be £17.98. You're paying £15.98, £2 saving. Why not? Why not? That's a full metre there for £15.98. Both of them are just gorgeous, aren't they? And you might be adding to your stash. You might be building your stash of Kaffe, or just maybe making a bag. Let's do the blue. Very limited on the blue, actually. We can't make any more of these. Oh, hello. Wow. And there's our second print. Oh, gosh, there's only 3 of these left. And you're saving £2. Last 3 chances. I will leave that one with you because that will sell out any moment. If you're quick, you could still get it. And then the third selection, again, you're getting a full metre of Kaffe. You've got that gorgeous pink. Ooh, beautiful. £15.98 for that. Again, we don't have big numbers of these bundles. So if you've fallen in love with it, grab it. Love all the purple in this one. These are kind of succulents, aren't they? House leeks, I think they're called. Great. Now then, let's do something quite different. We've had lots and lots of colour, so I'm going to go really neutral to start, black and white. This is Bali Batik 10-inch stack. And this is in black and white. You've got, if I remember rightly, you get 42 pieces, 20 different designs. So a minimum of 2 of each. You've got all these gorgeous black, charcoal grey, and then you've got these black and white prints. Gorgeous. Should be $59.99. You actually get 42 pieces, not 40, just to be clear. Those are absolutely stunning, aren't they? We're crashing the price to $49.99. Beautiful, beautiful batik fabrics in shades of black, charcoal, and then black and white. And they kind of shade through. So if you want that kind of shaded look, this would work really nicely if you just wanted to add a little pop of 1 or 2 other colours. Could be a little pop of bright pink, or a little pop of bright turquoise, yellow, lime green would look amazing. Or all of the above. That's that one. Let's do really kind of, this is lovely in autumn. This is called Morris Tiles. Very kind of, I guess, William Morris inspired colours. And I think, you know, batik fabrics are loved the world over because of this incredible sort of variation of colour and sort of colour blending. I've got single figures of this one. If you want this one, you'll need to be really quick. That's stunning. They glow, don't they? It's like looking into the embers of a fire as well. Stunning. And then look, you've got all these really softer shades, and then right through to almost sort of colours of ash, these blue greys. This is your selection. 20 different beautiful Bali batiks, but 42 squares in total. So there's obviously a couple of them perhaps that you get 3 of. Right. Let's stay on that kind of fire and ice theme. If you wanted to, you see, look, here's the one we've just looked at, but it would go absolutely beautifully with fire and ice. I've only got 3 of these left. And again, you've got those amazing ember colours, deep oranges and reds, that grey, blue, that soft slate. And look at all these just delicious colours running through. 10-inch squares of each. You get 42 in total, at least 2 of each print. Well, it's not a print, it's, I suppose in a way it is a print, but not in the sort of usual way, the same sense. Right, next up, this one is called Breezy. Breezy. This is definitely a tropical breeze, though. This isn't a breeze coming off the North Sea. Gorgeous grape colours, deep purples and lilacs. The prices of all of these are crashing. Gosh, aren't these a treat? They really are. And of course, batik fabric as well, because of the processes for dyeing and getting those designs, is incredibly tight weave. So it really doesn't fray at all. It's an incredibly stable, beautiful fabric to work with. And very useful for applique as well. A lot of people who love applique use batiks because you get so many shades and so many variations. It can bring a really sort of natural look to things like floral applique. $49.99 for those. Now, talking about another gorgeous palette, this is called Squiggles, Dots and Lines. But for me, this is sort of jewel box. This is sapphires, amethysts, emeralds. Got those really gorgeous, intense colours. Turquoise, $49.99 again. If you loved Janet Clare's Strewn pattern, Remember, that uses 2 layer cakes to make an 84-inch square quilt. 2 of these layer cakes is going to cost you under £100. Just a thought. Just a thought. Love those blues. Gosh, I'd like to dive into a swimming pool, that colour. Gorgeous. Right, one more to go. This would actually mix really well with the Morris tiles. This one's called Country Charm. Again, lovely kind of woodsy look. Ooh, only 4 left. Lovely price crash there, £10. Remember, if you are buying 2 of these, that's a £20 saving. You could definitely use some of that saving to buy Janet's Strewn pattern, digital or physical, and make yourself an 84-inch square quilt. You'll need 2 of these, plus 3/4 metre of binding. Okay, but that would be gorgeous and great value. Now, yesterday I had the absolute joy, of launching our brand new Hero sewing machine. Now, don't worry, the Brother FS250 isn't gone for good, but we won't be getting any of the Brother FS250 until at least January 2026 at the earliest. So, we wanted to bring you a machine that gave you the same incredible value, an amazing range of stitches and accessories, still from Brother, that would fill that gap. What can I get for Christmas? I've been waiting for my beautiful sewing machine. Well, this is it. We've still got it. So let me tell you about the machine. It's Brother, of course. FS140, that means 140 decorative and utility stitches to play with. The first 100 are on the front here, 8 different automatic one-step buttonholes you can sew buttons on. You've got utility piecing, dressmaking stitches there, overcasting. You've also got a speciality quilting and patchwork stitches. Then at the top of the machine, you've got 40 decorative satin stitches. Again, absolutely beautiful. There's your 140 stitches. You've also got a full alphabet, block capitals, A to Z, plus all the numbers, punctuation, and European accented letters. Your FS140 has a memory that will hold up to 50 characters, just like the FS250. So if you want to do quilt labels or personalise, you can absolutely do it. It's so simple. Now you get your extension table included, you've got a free arm and a hard case. But what about the accessories? Well, you get all of the accessories you'd expect with a sewing machine. You get your zigzag, you get your embroidery feet, you get a blind hem foot and an overcasting foot, buttonhole, button sewing, and you also get, it'll come to me, but in with your package, you're also getting your walking foot included and your darning foot included. Zipper foot, that was the one I forgot, a zipper foot. Of course you do. But getting the walking foot and darning foot is, you probably won't ever need to buy another foot for this machine unless you want something really speciality. It is amazing value at £349. If you shop with us tomorrow for this machine, you'll pay £369. If you go to John Lewis, you will pay £369. I don't know about you, but I love that sort of rose gold decal. I think it looks really classy, very smart. Absolutely super machine. It's got some great decorative and utility stitches on it. In terms of, the difference between this stitch-wise, between the 140 and the 250, it is mostly the mirror image stitches. So on your FS250, you've got lots of these decorative stitches mirror imaged. That's mostly the difference in terms of the stitch package. You've got 8 automatic one-step buttonholes on each. You've got the same utility stitches on both machines. There isn't a lot of difference in terms of the stitch package. Alphabet-wise, you've got 3 alphabets on the 250. You've got 1 alphabet on your 140. To be fair about it, I would mostly use this alphabet anyway. So the fact that I've got an alphabet is a massive plus point for me. It also means that we've got a memory in the machine, which again is key. You can not only combine letters and numbers, but you can also combine some of the decorative stitches. So 1 repeat of this decorative stitch followed by a repeat of a different one. So there's loads of value there. You know it's the great name of Brother, and it's had some wonderful reviews. Okay, right, solids bundles. Do you want to do the autumny one? No. Yeah. I've got... Now, is it 2 different autumn bundles? Yeah. Yeah. Right, you know I'm going to have to reorder that. SARS. Right, you're making a saving of £3. It's £24.93. 7 different fabrics, so 3.5 metres in total. This is Bonfire Night. Absolutely gorgeous. Colour-wise, you've got terracotta, paprika, orange, tomato, hot tomato in fact, crimson. I think azalea. Cardinal as well in there. Gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Gorgeous, amazing value too. £24.93 for 3.5 metres of fabric. It may be that you simply sew a few of these together in a simple split 9 patch to make a quilt backing, an interesting quilt backing. Very affordable quilt backing as well. Or a quick quilt. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. These are your Christmas reds without a doubt. Even if you want to split them, or if you want to build up your stash of solids, so you've always got some solids. If you've got my patterns, New Mexico or Sierra Nevada, what about doing an orange and red version? That would be beautiful. Or you could even do a Christmassy version with reds and greens and golds. This could be a great start. Fabulous, love that. Our other autumnal bundle, now again, you could get that bundle plus this bundle. That would be more than enough to make Sierra Nevada or New Mexico. You would need some background fabric to go with, but this would give you all of your feature fabrics. Again, 7 different fabrics here. You've got some gold, you've got cream, chocolate, you've got that cardinal again. Terracotta, that beautiful orange as well. If you multi-buy these, by the way, they do come pre-cut in these bundles. So if you buy 2, you'd get 2 lots of these bundles. Absolutely gorgeous. We do some really lovely solid fabrics here. I've got to, as a designer, we have a lot of gorgeous choices here. Fab, and the quality is gorgeous. Okay, what would you like us to do next? Yeah, okay, right. Cream? Okay. These have been cut as backing bundles, but actually they're just very stashable amounts of fabric. This is ivory, and you're getting 7.5 meters. It's almost a bolt. A bolt generally has about 10 meters on it. So you've got 7.5 meters for £54.85. Now this would also back an 84-inch square quilt. So if you've been inspired by Janet's gorgeous quilts and want to make something similar, we've got these backing bundles. At £54.85, you are saving £5. This is very, very stashable and very usable, I feel. Right, shall we do the sort of khaki green next? Okay, I'm going to pop that there. Okay, £54.85. You are making a £5 saving there. Again, great as a quilt backing, but equally, you could be using this for piecing, for your neutral bag linings. Great for that too. And it is 7.5 meters all in one piece. That's a lot of fabric for that money. Right, next up, I've got like a cloud chambray. There we go. That's a gorgeous colour, isn't it? Sort of powder blue. We call that chambray. It's not chambray fabric though, it is quilt weight cotton. And last of all, it is slate. Oh, that's a gorgeous colour. Yeah, the colour, the picture rather on the website looks very grey. It's rather bluer than that, deliciously bluer. A real kind of lovely slate colour. Yummy. Right. Right. I've got a couple of Bali Batik strip rolls, great price as well. Should we do the black and white, the Zen Funk? So we had the layer cake, or the 10-inch stack earlier of these. This one right here, okay. So this is for the 2.5-inch strip. Now you get 40 pieces, 2 of each design. Ooh, let's. $39.99, Hannah. Here's my top tip. Buy this with a friend. £20 each. Get 20 strips each. It's actually packaged in 2. So when you open this, you can take one lot of 20 and another lot of 20. And then challenge each other to make something with the 20 strips plus whatever else you want. And then come back a month later and see what you've made. So much fun. Or make a bag each using 20 2.5-inch strips. If you need a pattern for that, by the way, have a look on the web for my strippity-doo-dah bag pattern. Strippity-doo-dah, strippity-day. Yeah. Ah, it's a lovely bag. It's a lovely bag. I've not made one for ages, but it's so much fun. And the whole bag is made from 2.5-inch strips. You just need something to line it with. So calico would be fine. Plain fabric would be fine. Gorgeous. That's Zen Funk. And then we've also got a Woodland Holiday. Christmassy colours, not necessarily Christmassy designs as such in there. Can you? Look at that, $39.99. I've got single figures left of this. Oh, there are a few reindeers in there. Yeah. Yeah, some little trees. It's quite subtle though, isn't it? It's not massively Christmas, ho, 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 sort of, you know. We'll show you a picture of all of the designs that you get. It's lovely golds, lovely greens, and some really gorgeous assorted reds. That does not scream Christmas if you don't want it to. It's woodsy. It's woodsy. 68 days to Christmas, apparently. Oh, has Dan just made that up? Great, lovely, thank you. Can we do this one next, please? 65 days to Christmas. This is really, really pretty. The colours are so soft and gentle. Those are stunning. You're getting 8 fat quarters. It's the Sakura range from Lewis and Irene. A saving to $29.99. I'm going to take that saving, thank you. $29.99 for 8 fat quarters. It's Lewis and Irene, so you know the quality is gorgeous. You've got gold metallic overprinting on, I think, every single one of these. You've got koi, you've got sakura blossom, cherry blossom there, and butterflies. Really pretty, that. Really pretty. That would blend very, very well with the new Vivid Vines charcoal if you wanted to pick up the grey. You could use the white on white. That would also look really good. Or you could use, I think it's called Pretty Pink, which is the really soft pastel pink. That would also work really well. Yummy. I like that very much. Yes, give me 1 second. I'm going to need to walk around. Right, so I've got, now this is Andover Spice Market with Joe Morton. It's brought in by Macawa. I couldn't resist. I've bought all of these. These bundles actually sold out, and we've managed to restock. Let's do toasted first, which is this one on the left. So this is all these gorgeous, lovely, warm golden shades. You're going to save £5. So $38.94 drops to $33.94. Thank you. Love that. Love that. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Warm. If you want to make something like a gorgeous vintage style log cabin quilt, use a mixture of these and like light tan prints. Even look in here, your gold tones, and you've got that little bit of green in your green tones, you know, without the reds. Fabulous. Even with the reds you could still, but I mean, this is how we mix and match fabrics, isn't it? By having a little play with them. This has been restocked. It sold out last time it was out. I bought all of these fabrics because I fell in love with them. You've got lovely stripes, a diagonal plaid. You've got some paisley prints in there as well. It's Joe Morton, who was a designer for Moda for many, many years, and has recently gone across to Andover, Macawa in the UK. Right, so that's toasted. We've also got Spice Market. And actually, you will notice these are different colourways of the same prints because we've seen this stripe before. Some different prints in there as well, though. You're saving £5. And these are all those lovely colours of cumin and turmeric, paprika. It's all those gorgeous warm spice colours. Cinnamon as well, anise, clove. They're all there. Absolutely gorgeous. You could actually do a really stunning log cabin with, this is your dark, this is your light. It would be soft, it would be subtle, but it would be distinct for sure. You could also even bring in our autumn shades solid as well. Do check out on these. Although we've been restocked on these, the amounts are very limited. We've not got a lot to go around for sure. Okay, that's that. We do need to do the, oh, we're okay. Yeah, do you want to do a little Morris, William Morris? Yeah. Oh, no, let's go to menu. Let's go to menu. Let's do the menu. Oh, the morning runs away with us sometimes. Right, talking of log cabins, 8 a.m, the cabin garden quilt with the fabulous Delphine Brooks. That's kicking off our day tomorrow, 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, we've got quilting essentials. At 10 o'clock, it's the Tula Pink Flow Quilt, again with Delphine. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got a 2-hour special with Michelle Clark. We are sewing online. Now, if you want to take your sewing game above and beyond, it really is a lot about the machine that you're using, a machine that's versatile, beautifully crafted, and is going to grow with you. It doesn't matter whether you're a total beginner or a really experienced patchworker, quilter, dressmaker, bag maker, or home decor sewer. This is going to be a great machine for you. You've got 140 stitches, 8 automatic buttonholes, your walking foot's included, your darning foot too, an extension table, a hard case. It's a dream of a machine. Now, this is going to be our superstar, all I want for Christmas sewing machine. Okay, best value I think we've got available right now, incredible at £349. Don't delay on this. If you wait till midnight, you'll pay £369. And even though £20 is only £20, but £20 is £20. Make sure you get it at the best possible price you can, which is today from SewingStreet. And it is available on split pay, 3 split pays. I think it's about £116. 33 pence will get this machine home. You've been an absolute joy to spend the last 3 days with. Thank you so much for staying with me today and the last couple of days. I'm off home now and I'm going to teach a workshop tomorrow in York. Looking forward to that. But I will be back on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of November. And remember, on the 1st of November, Charlie's going to be here with me with Classic Millinery. On the 2nd, I'm launching my brand new We Love Quilting Volume 3. And on the 3rd, I'm going to be guesting with our Vix. So put those dates in your diary and stick around for Hobby Maker. See you soon.